Good morning! It is Sunday. It's the weekend. It's actually beautiful and sunny outside today. My hair's a little crazy, but I think it's a good day. It's gonna be a good day, I've decided. I have some sketches from stuff that we're trying to do today. There's our sketch from last stream. We refined it a little bit into an actual swirly frame. Messed with the camera settings a little bit today, since I'm wearing black and my camera thinks that is the abyss that I will fall into. But I hope everyone's weekend is going well. Let's make some art. Let's do it. I'm in a weird mood today. So this is kind of the idea we started with last stream. That is more like what I want the frame to be like. Outlined in like that gel pen again, because I think that looked really cool. Maybe I'll do like 2 colors of the gel pen this time. I don't know. But first things first, let's play with the Xeno, because he's too cute. Yeah! Alright, so let's leave our inspiration like at the top here so I can see it. And we're gonna use our last page in this book. Woohoo! Done. Maybe we can use the little cardboard backing for something fancy with it. I'm thinking I want it a little bigger. Because the other ones have been like real small. I want it a tad bigger. Like maybe if I fold this in half, like it can be. I think that would look cute. I'm gonna do that. I'm going half this way. Yeah, that'll be a good height. Yeah, I think so. A little bigger than my hand. And, I think it's a little crooked. Oops. It looks straight-ish. Yeah, close enough. Make this a little more manageable. Use this side. Do I want to do half? I feel like that's too thick. I guess I am making a frame and then having the picture inside of it. Ugh, gotta sneeze. If we do thirds, I think that's too small because of the frame. I'll do half. Start with half. I can always cut it down more if I don't like it. Huh? God, that's so thick though. Don't like these decisions. Well, it should be like that big. That's not really anything though. Cut it in half. It's just gonna happen. We're gonna have all day to stare at the paper. Come on. Again, just a little off. Why? You know what I really want to watch again? I really want to watch P.S. I Love You. Such a good movie. It makes me cry every time, but it's so good. I don't know why I'm in the mood for it. Okay. Hair's trying to eat me today. Not today, hair. Will not be cousin it. it a little more square than that. Maybe I'll try and actually measure something here. Frame has to be nice, right? Let's see. Of course, it's not like a nice measurement. That one right there. I mean, it's pretty much the same. It's just a tad too big. How do you take off just a tad? That's better. That was like a tad, right? A tad's worth. I think about a tad's worth. Looks a little more square now, I think. Alright, we'll use this as the frame. And this is a little too big for the bottom, so let's copy that. That I think is good. I was listening to a Celtic punk playlist this morning on Spotify. This folk music is just not satisfying that itch. Okay, so I think the frame gets drawn first. And then I can figure out what exactly underneath it's going to look like, because I need the dimension. So, I need this one for later. And then let's draw a frame. Alright, so I like kind of this here. No, you guys can't see it, but you'll see it when I draw it. How big should it be? I almost want to say like half an inch would be fun. Like a little substantial, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. You're not supposed to be there. And this way. There. Good morning, Mocap. How are you? I guess it could be something other than morning for you. I always forget. The plan is today to do some kind of fun frame and then put more poppies in it. So right now we're doing the not so fun part of drawing the frame. How's your weekend been? Any fun things happening? Looks about right. That'll be a good sized frame. Good, and me? I'm alright. I'm kind of in a weird mood today. But it's not necessarily bad, not necessarily good. Just a mood. But we're drinking coffee, so all is well in the world. But it's very, very sweet, so I think next I'm gonna have to switch it out for some tea. You working on any art projects? Oh, Gusties. Allergies are also very mad at me today. Oof. Shoulders, you can't hurt yet. We just started. And right there, I think. No new art projects for you? Well, this is my art project currently. Other than this, nothing. But Tricky and I went to a Chinese New Year party last night. It was fun. I hadn't been to one of those before. Played some board games, made sure to wear red, ate some fun food, avoided some spicy food. Overall, it was fun to see everybody. Okay, so we have our basic shape here. Now it's time to add all the fun things and see how even we can make this. Because it's very swirly. I would like it to be at least a little even. Good morning, Lottie. Little kitty mom. Yeah. Now I'm gonna have to think of a color for this. Ooh. The poppies, obviously, I have to make them that orangey yellow, which is my favorite. And the blue background does look very nice for them. But then what color should the frame be? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. Oh, I guess it could be green, like the stems. To like pull it together, maybe? That could be good. That could be good. Alright, let me find the center of these things. This might require a calculator. Yeah. Actually, let's try move it over like that. That should work. 4.5, so it should be like there. I think it's there. I think that's the middle. Let's say that tiny little dot's the middle. Oh my gosh, why are you so much bigger on the bottom than the top? Oh no, really? Yeah, that's... Oh, that's not that much different, actually. I think it's a paper thing. Okay, well, let's go this way. That should still be the middle, I think. There. That looks to be the middle to me. Alright, let's put this way too. Same thing. 3/4. So that should be the middle. Maybe this way we can at least get it kind of even. Okay. Man, I'm so worried this frame's gonna take so long. But it should end up worth it in the end. If everything goes according to plan. Okay, so I had a circle at the top. Chapstick, are you gonna save the day? You're a little big. Well, actually, that's alright. You can be... Sorry, excuse my head. Because it's not gonna exactly stay, so I think that's okay, actually. It's not gonna stay an exact square. I can use that. Okay. Part 1 complete. Not much more to go. Actually, let's move this closer. I can get to it a little easier. Alright, what's next? We have this, like, swoopy thing going from here to the corner. Okay, let's do that. I need like a... Ooh. I think I might actually have one of those, oh, the French curves? I feel like that would really help with some of these, actually. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go look for my French curve. I apologize. I think I know where it is, so I don't think it'll take me too long. I will be right back. I am sorry to report I could not find the French curve within a decent amount of time, which very much saddened me, because it would be perfect for this project. But alas. No French curve. It's gotta be in that box. I'm trying to think, like, I can picture it in my head, you know? Like, I swear it's in there. But I have to probably empty the whole box to find it. That makes me so sad. Alright. Well, we'll substitute and we'll use the tape circle if we need, like, some cool curves. Yeah, this isn't exactly the curve I want. Alright. Well, we will just make do. Make do with no French curve and be sad art people. Alright, so do I want it to, like, curve down and back up? Or do I want it to just curve over? Maybe down a little bit and back up? Oh, but I want it to go to the bottom of the... So maybe not. So the idea is for them to turn. Alrighty. Tell me a French curve. Super useful right now. That'll do alright though. Oh, Tricky and I watched a documentary last night called The Hatchet Wielding Hitchhiker. And boy, was it a ride. I tell you that. You guys like short little documentaries. I think it was only like an hour, maybe an hour and a half. The whole thing. It was about something that happened in like 2013 or something like that, I think. So it wasn't really that long ago. But I hadn't heard of it before. It was very, very interesting. Edge, come here. Like that. Looks about even. About. That'll be alright, I think. Alright, so I don't need this part here anymore. Oh, hi Socks. Kitty over there. Come here. Get in there. Okay. Don't lose the circle. Alrighty, got that down. Okay, so the other part now is it's gonna go down this way. So how far down do I want it to go? Let's see. 2? Is 2 too far? Maybe not. 2 might be alright. Like down to there? Let's try it. That sucks. You can't make up your mind. Little kitty boy. Hi. Got a little cat visitor. Oh, that's you. I guess I could use this. That could work. It's not a French curve, but it'll do. It'll do, pig. Let's see how that looks. It does what I'm hoping. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking for anyway, so that should work. It's gonna get lined up. I stick my head in the camera as many times as possible. Like that. See? Oh, let's try it. That'll do, that'll do. Okay, so this top little bit though, I want it to kind of all merge together. So like this line's going to switch and go this way. And then same thing with this one. It's going to turn and meet up with this. Like that. Devil's in the details, right? Yeah. There. My circle isn't perfectly circular anymore, but that's alright. Cool. Coming together. Alright, so I don't need this here. I don't really want to lose that meat to measure from, so we'll just cut it back a little bit. Cool. Alright, what's next? Alright, I got these little like S's going here on the side. So they can start from here, that's fine. But how far down should they go? They start from that 2 mark. I don't know how long I want it. Let's see. It comes up like this and around, down like to here. Maybe I'll make it another 2. Should be okay. Do everything in 2s. Nice. Man, I'm so excited for this to be done. Need the Xeno. Next. Okay. So it's like an S shape. This might be hard to duplicate on each side. Oh gosh, I don't know if it's gonna make it all the way down there. I don't think it's going to. Alright, well, I'll just draw this one, and then that'll be what it is. Okay, did not quite make it as far as I wanted. That's fine. You know, sometimes the art has a mind of its own. It's like, no, we're not doing that today. We're gonna do this instead. And so how far did it go down? Here-ish? Kind of like there? Yeah? Okay, well, let's see. Oh boy, okay. Trying to be too perfect about it. I just want it to be at least kind of symmetrical. If I was good at digital art, you know what I could do? I could have drawn it on the computer. And then gone and like printed it out and then cut it out. That's not a bad idea. And then it really would have been symmetrical because I could have just like, you know, flipped it on the screen. Yeah, that's fairly even. I don't think that looks half bad. I'm pleased with that. Okay, I'm calling that a success. I think that's similar enough that it counts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. Okay. Try to keep the lines fine. I don't want it to get too thick in one area and have it get weird when I paint it. Alright, and then I guess I can continue on the top of this thing. So next I had like a swoopy something that came down this way and like went like around. And then one that met up here and went up. Let's do this curve first. I think that'll look the best. Oh, this is gonna make it really extreme. That might be okay though. Let's try it. Let's try it, shall we? Yeah, I think that's alright. Kind of meets up the top of the... Okay, let's see. Sorry, head in the frame. I can't see though. I gotta be able to see to line it up. Okay, let's try that. And a little farther down. Yeah. That'll do. Okay. You heard dog woofing? Where's your dog woofing? What's happening, Lucy? Where are their dog noises? Okay. One curve. By the way, thanks to everyone who's just kind of chilling and lurking. I appreciate you. Hi there, man. She says, and then she walks away. She's like, Mom, you crazy. You're talking to yourself. Well, if you'd stay in here, I wouldn't be talking to myself. Ma'am. Okay, so this one kind of goes up this way and like go around. Okay, how am I gonna do that? Make it even. I think I might just have to draw one again and then see if I can replicate it on the other side. And then we'll just call that good. Okay, so... like that. Okay, so it comes out kind of at the point. And then goes over... Oh, why do I have a message? What's happening? Oh no, everything's fine. Everything's fine, nobody panic. And it comes out like... Where is that? Like that much? Like there-ish. Man, this ruler has really proven its worth today, I gotta tell ya. Too thick. Can't really sharpen the mechanical pencil though. Just gotta draw more on the side. How's that? Yeah, it's close. I think it has to follow this a little more. Don't mess up the other lines. You stay, other lines. Like that. Yeah, that looks good. Still think it goes like a little more. I feel like I'm just drawing the same thing over and over. I think that's just how it's gonna be. Okay, erase. Alright, and then add another line. Then went kind of like up on the same grouping. Let's do the one in here actually first. That's more of that curvy S-shaped line. There's actually a name for that, and I read it this weekend. I don't remember what it was called. Should look it up again. It was really interesting. Art Nouveau had its own name for these weird little like curvy lines that it does. Come here, you. That is not where I wanted you to go. Up and around, back and in. Like that. There we go. So maybe like a little less pointy here. There. Man, this thing is going to be so detailed. Alright, now how on earth do I make that the same on the other side? To the ruler. When in doubt, more ruler. It's like more cowbell. Alright, let's see here. So if I go from my middle line... Oh boy. It touches like there. So like one and right there? One and a right there. Exact ruler measurements. Of course. I think it was right there? That small one? No, it was shorter. That one. That one. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do with that. So that's where the top of the swoopy thing is. Top of the swoopy. And skewer getting a little full. There we go. so pretty outside. Alright, got this. Up and around. Kind of like it. And then back around a little bit. Like that. Okay, okay. A little bubbly bit isn't quite right. But it's close. Oh man, I'm be so sad. So when I paint over this, it all gets lost. And then I have to like just guess, kind of redo it in the gel pen. And I'm like, no, I worked so hard. I tried to make it even. Okay, I think that's gonna be close enough for that. But it's like not quite. So close, but just not quite right. No, see, that's not right either. What shape are you? Like, yes, Luna. Not all the hats to be close enough. Okay. What's up, baby girl? But it's looking good. Okay, and then we had one more, like, curved item going on here. Well, I guess I could try and, like, do another swoopy item. Like that? How's that look? I mean, that looks pretty good. Of course, yet again, almost impossible to just, like, draw on the other side, but... Let's change it a tad, though. Erase, erase. Okay. Go down. And do like a smoother transition. Yeah. It's too far over. Things are starting to not match up. Yeah, that was like over too much, I think. A little bit, somehow. Somehow it's just not quite right. Let's see. What can I do to change it? Maybe up like this, and then down. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, looks pretty good. Make you a tad fainter. Getting a little dark up here. Oof, okay, top, I think kind of done. So now I'm going to want to do like this like bottom half of it here. Oh my god, that's gonna be so hard. Why did I do that to myself? Oh. Oof, excuse me. Guess I should probably do like at least the like X and swoop part of it first. I wonder if I could just use this. I mean, that could kind of work. I think maybe in the inside one? No, that would be really, really, really high. That's too much for that swoop. Excuse me. Okay, but I want them to meet like in the middle. Yes, Luna? What's up? Can I help you? Oh, Lottie, are you sleeping on the bed? What's up, Luna? Yeah, it moves. You gotta be careful what you step on around here. Kitty cat. Kitty cat. There's art in progress. Oh, pet the footy. Pet the footy. Okay. My girl's being cute. Ooh. Oh, goodness gracious. Alright. This hard work will pay off. It'll happen. Up and then over. That's not the right curve. Come here. Definitely a little shallower, I think, there. That's what is needed. Maybe like that. Even that, I think, is maybe a little much. And it's gonna go like this, and then it's gonna come around, and I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. We'll go with it. We'll go with it. Okay. So now how on earth do I make another one? It goes up just that amount. Comes down about here. It goes up about that much. Okay. So like there. Oh boy, okay. So I know you go through here. And this comes this way. Wait, how far over are you? Nope, too shallow. Farther out, please. Further out. Like that? Yeah. That's much better. I think. It's better? No, I think it should go farther, actually. Even farther. A little better? Yeah. Man, it's really easy to try and make this real tall. Goodness, okay, come on. Like that? Yeah, that's not bad. I think this isn't quite right. So nerve-wracking to like look through the other side. Let's see if it's even. Okay, so we got that part. Then we can do the more basic part and do the swoop. Da swoop. Okay. About here-ish. Swoop. Okay. Swoop's complete. Lines are too thick. Thinner line, please. Or at least fainter line. This one too. Too thick. There we go. Better? Better. Let's try and erase this guy. Perfect. And over here. The cat staring me down. What are you doing, Luna? You gonna take a nap? Alright, now the strange little, like, soupy thing. Alright. Where do I want you to come up? Over here? Let's do this one first. I mean, that's a convenient little, like, measuring spot, so that's not too bad. But that's like way farther over than I had thought it should be originally. But it's not bad. Okay. So now where was that? Make that one kinda here-ish, I think. More coffee. This is driving me crazy. How do I get rid of this Pokemon game? Okay, that works. I didn't think about that. People being smart over here. See if I can fix this while we're on. There. I fixed it. Perfect. Alright. That'll be better. I'll stop spamming everybody. Okay, so we go here. We said you meet up about here, so... that and round. And that's all about even, so... I think like that would be okay. Yeah, yeah. There we go. As I have sad news, I had to stop watching Vikings Valhalla last night. I got very mad at it. So spoilers. For anyone who wants to watch it, don't listen to me. So we're watching it, right? And then there's a scene where somebody completely innocent gets tortured to death. I was like, you know what? I don't need that in my life. So halfway through I walked away. I'm like, nope, I'm done with you now. You are now dead to me. Tricky can watch you, and he can tell me, like, interesting story plots and how it ends. This turned into, like, Game of Thrones, and I don't like watching that. Like, that's not fun. Like, I can handle a battle scene during, like, big war things. Like, that's fine. But just doing stuff like that in such an intense setting, can't do it. Can't do it. Just ruins my day. And I was sad because other than that, I really liked the show. Now I'm like, ugh. Now it's ruined. Now it's just ruined. You ever have a show like that where you're just enjoying it along for the ride, and suddenly it just crosses the line and you can't no more? I hate when that happens in books too, because then there's like no one else to tell you how it ends, you know? Because reading is not a group event generally. Alright, and this one. Come here. But yeah, so I don't know if I'm gonna watch it again. I might have to just have the boyfriend tell me what happens. It's so disappointing. I really like some of the characters too. Another reason why I could never watch like The Walking Dead. Just can't do it. At least the zombies are just, you know, zombieing. They're not out there trying to be extra mean. What do you think at the bottom? I kind of like it. I kind of like it. We might add some more things. But I have one little kind of spot to fix. Oh, I saw that footy, Luna. You're so cute. Okay, let's do this one. Oh, actually, can that be... probably not, actually. Though I think it would be too short. Just have to do that one by hand like I did. That's fine. Alright, from the edge of the paper, where are you? This one. A big one over half. Big one over half. That guy. So like there. Oh wait. You go this way. And like there. Okay. I'll try that. Here we go. And then I wanted another one that goes down farther. It's already not quite right. Try again. There we go, that's a little better. Ugh, so wobbly. Problems, let's see. I don't have a steady hand today. What's going on? Not like that. I think that'll work. Get out of there. Making my lines too thick. Be gone. Okay, and then this one ends like just almost an inch, like down there. Yeah, see, I like that better. That shape. Alright, we're trying again. Get out of here. So yeah, it sticks like closer to the outside almost. curve. It's really just not working out the way I want. Maybe it's because of the way my hand moves. Maybe. That'll work. Give me my flat line back here. Before it disappears forever. Okay. Ah, but that's so thick. Lighter! Be lighter! I love this sticky eraser, it's so good. Oh, I think it might be time to fix the music. Almost said face the music. Okay. Oh, captions, are you working? No. There we go. Get rid of those lines while thinking about it. Alright, and then there was a... Gosh darn it, this one doesn't either. I guess I have a hard time drawing swoops that go this way. Like that, yep, yep. And then I wanted this line to kind of blow inwards to this. There we go. Okay, this is too much here. Alright, we have a frame. What do you guys think? Does it look Art Nouveau, kinda? I think it does. I feel like this down here could use a little something else, but I don't quite know what. Like almost like another swoop or something? Maybe? Just don't know. Yeah, like maybe like a... Let's try... Not quite like that. Like this? Okay, I like it. I like it. Oh, I really like that. What is that like? What that? That's like very plant-esque. Really like that. I want to add more of that now. Ooh, I like it. Let's add it down here. Oh, that's not gonna cut out well though if I try and do that. I mean, I got an X-Acto knife. I can try and add some details. No, I think that might be greedy. Don't get greedy. It's like a Souls game. Dark Souls game. Don't get greedy. Don't do it. I'll end in disaster. Okay, we'll go the other way. We'll go this way with it. There. And then I really like that. So let's add some here too. Oh, I love it. Okay, more. More. Like that. And it gets like skinny to like real big. More details. Ooh, then I can kind of maybe paint those a different color, maybe? Ooh. Put it in here too? Come here. There we go. Like that. Yes, I like. Okay, how can I incorporate that, like, this, like, side area? I don't know. Think about that. So it's looking pretty cool. But I definitely need something like up here. That's like too close. No. Maybe like this turns into one? No, this gets rid of that line though, which I don't want to get rid of. Maybe this is one? Oop. No, they're not quite even, so that might look silly. Oh gosh. I just don't know. Kind of make this one. Down a little further if I'm going to do that. And around. I've really got to find my French curves. I don't think I would have gotten rid of them. Because it's not like they take up a room. They're just probably in the bottom of that art chest that I have, would be my guess. Since they're flat, they're probably just sitting on the bottom, doing their own thing. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I've got to do something here, so maybe I'll just make a big one here. Like that. Maybe like a little bigger towards the bottom part here. That goes off though. I suppose that's alright. It's not perfect. Maybe like that. What do we think? How's that look? I think it's pretty cool. Oh, excuse me. Sniffle, sniffle. Beautiful. Alright, let's just cut the middle out for now. I know how big I need the painting to be. Alright, hang on. Hair's driving me bonkers. Say goodbye to the hair. I swear, it's like I don't even have long hair most of the time. It's just always in a clip. Okay, it's up. Gone. Hopefully not too crazy looking. Is it awful? A little poofy in strange spots. That's okay. Alright, here goes nothing. Hopefully we can stay on the line. At least mostly. A lot of curves happening. But if I can pull this off, it will look pretty awesome. Oh, it even went through the first time? Look at that! Oh. Okay. Oh boy, oh boy. Stay on the line. At least a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I would like it to be pretty close. Forget to blink. Turn. Good thing I didn't tape it down yet. It would have made my life even harder. Into the corner. Oh, that is rough on the hand, I tell ya. Oh my gosh. How should we get through? Oh, we got through a lot of it. Okay, okay. Curve, not so much. But did pretty good on the three-way. I do say so myself. Okay, this piece, let go. Okay, right here. Yeah, right here. There we go. Oh, it looks like a little ghosty. Oh, that's really cute, actually. Definitely using that for another project. That's adorable. You. Perfect. There we go. We have a frame. Ooh, I'm excited. I didn't think about the fact that I could, like, cut the edges out. Been lurking. Pork. I am well. Let's cut out my little Art Nouveau frame for the painting that I'm doing today. I think it'll look really cool when it's done. Thanks. How's your weekend been? Tricky and I went to a Chinese New Year's party last night. It was a good time. Okay, let's see. So that fits pretty well, actually. I might cut it down just a tad. Oh, it's a little smaller. There. Okay, yeah, that's better. There's no weird overlap. Should be good. Sweet. Alright, now let's do this. So I know exactly where everything is. Okay, not exactly, approximately where everything is. There. Okay, so that is where my thing needs to be, in here. I want that to be very faint, so I don't want it to show up. There we go. Alright, so now I'm gonna do some poppies, and I really liked the drawing I saw. I want to do something similar to that. Well, they're all kind of like flowing together, so let me look at my inspiration again and see if I can get something kind of similar. Okay, mine's definitely not going to be quite that pretty. But she has them like connected in these like swirly bits. Let me see here. So like flower goes up and around. And there's one part that goes out. Out again. This way. And then out this way. Right, this way. This way. There we go. Okay, that's pretty good. Well, she actually has the buds on there. I like those a lot. The kind of like that and out. And the leaves, of course, if I put any, kind of this weird little like spindly things. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the idea. Yeah. And of course the ones that I've been doing have been like from the back. This way. Okay, there's our flower inspiration. And I really enjoyed the blue background with them, so I think that's definitely a must. Definitely a blue background must. Other colors joining. Let's get more of that yellow orange that I liked for the poppies, because I want these to look nice. Refill our greens over here. So I like this one a lot. Don't explode. And I'm gonna be actually using a fair amount of green this time around, I think. And then dark one. This one over here. So bright. Okay. Now this blue color. Cobalt, ultramarine, indigo. What else we got? Prussian blue? Sounds fun. What's Prussian blue? I don't know if I've played with that one before. Let's do it today and find out. Alrighty, and then I think, is it this one? That I liked for it? I think it's this one. Yeah. Trying to be better about using the tubes and not mixing so many colors, but because I end up with really muddy paintings, you know? And I think that's how you avoid that. It's that you try not to mix as much stuff. You're gonna be real oily, aren't you? Okay. Luna, what are you doing? Are you being in trouble? Are you doing trouble? Alright, hang on, let me deal with the cat. Okay, I'm back. Oh, fix the... No, they're fine. Good. Alright, we have some colors. Hopefully they work out nicely. Get in there. Alright, put our life back together here for a second. All nice and neat. Yeah, the black just doesn't show up nicely. That's alright. It can be blending into the background. Chapstick. Oh. But we don't need the scissors. We do need to draw some poppies. Add some water to this stuff while we're drawing, I guess. And you can start thinking about its life. You're gonna be a wash, so I need you to be light. I'm curious to see what color that ends up being. I don't know if I've used that one before. Alright, and I like the little bubbly looking seed pod guys. Okay, so I guess the front and center should be this big one. And I like the shape of that flower, so I'm definitely using that. So we're gonna do a big flower here, I think. I'm gonna do the one kind of facing away over here. The angle like this way. A little smaller. Yeah. And then this little like open guy right here. Little seed pods. Here. And then the really little bud over here. Yes, leave her. I don't know what we think about that. Maybe that? I think that'll be good. Okay. Oh, you back. Hey kitties, are you sharing the bed? Is she feisty? You trying to play with Lottie? I don't know if that's gonna go, ladies. You guys have a track record of misbehaving. Kikis. I guess I might as well use the whole thing, so... This way, I think is good. I guess they get a little, they're so delicate. They do kind of wobble about from time to time. Not exactly perfect. Perfectly smooth. this. This seems like the wrong shape, though. Quite the shape I want it to be. Make you smaller, maybe. Maybe that's the problem. I don't think that's any better. Alright, that's it. I'm looking at Poppy pictures. I don't like that one. Oh, come on. What you got for me? Let's try. Hair brush. Yes, little brush. Now. Wait, I got Kitty Mouse. What's up, Kitty Mouse? What's up, Luna? You need love? What do you need love? I don't see anything I absolutely adore. Let's see, maybe this one? Because I'm not liking the shape of that, actually, now that I'm drawing it. This one, we'll go this way. And so it kind of comes up like this. And this one out like this. And a big swoop. It's a little better to me. That looks a little better to me. I think I like that shape. The centerpiece, it has to be a good flower, you know? So how does this one do it? Like this, kind of? And back out. Yeah, that's much, much better than the previous one, I believe. It has little things in the middle. Okay. Maybe like that. Oh, brush. What, Luna? What, Luna? Yeah. Yeah, because it's like folded over. That makes sense. Alright, I approve of this poppy. Approve. one flower that I like. Next. Didn't like you. Luna, what? What are you doing? Why you have sad noises? Yeah, what's up? Why do I have kitty aggro? What's going on? Yes, my little black hole of a kitty. You absorb all the light. You don't exist in the camera. I'm sorry. What you need? What? You just need love? Yeah. Think. You can always have love, but it's rather unusual for you to want to be on my lap in the middle of the day. You have food. Yeah, you have water. We went outside today on your little kitty leash. Yeah, you did all the things. Yeah, you did all the things this morning already. Now we're trying to draw some flowers. Okay, are you healthy? Okay, bye, Luna. Hey, when a cat wants some love and attention, you gotta stop what you're doing and give the kitty love and attention. Just how the world works. Okay, so this is the... We'll do the bottom part after. That lines up too much. I don't want you to line up that much. There we go. And this one is more of like a outside part. Okay, and you actually can be a little more. You'll make it go around. That look right? Maybe like that. And then we'll have two flowers. I like that one. So let's put you over here. Kind of was like that. Yeah? Yeah. It's so big though. Maybe you need to be bigger. No, but I do want to make sure you stay in the frame. I'll scoot you over a tad, maybe. Maybe that'll be the way to do that. Let's see. How does that attach? How do you attach? Straight across and do it. My luck. Okay. Man, this is like a stress ball. This this eraser. I do really like the bud one. Maybe I can try and squish you in the side here. Like that. I think it needs another orange something in the middle here. Let's do like this one can be a little different, but pretty much the same. And then I want a bunch of the little seed potty guys, because I like those. Those are cool. Down more? Maybe it should be down more. I just think there should be another flower right there. Tilt out just a little. And around. I think it's not quite open yet, but it is. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, we're gonna have that many flowers hanging out. That should be cute enough. And I'm gonna be bad and mix my poppies because I'm not sure these ones have this kind of a thing. I want it on there. Ooh, no, don't do it. are gonna be, you know, a little stylized, so I guess that's alright. I'm definitely gonna have to look up some leaves though. Those leaves are so weird. I think the circle's going the wrong way. Like that, maybe? Yeah? Okay. I'm gonna go off that direction. Make you a little curvy. Little curvy stems. Looks like fun. Maybe a little thick. Yeah. And then this way. I don't really want it to go over that. Let's have it twist a tad. You can line up with these others. There we go. I think I want this in front. Like that. Yeah. And you're gonna go this way. It should look cute. And around. And more of these guys. You back again, Luna? What's up, baby? Just need a lot of kitty attention today. I'm gonna move that just a tad. Head over like that, I think is good. And this way. Come on, lines, do what I want. There we go. Okay, and then you come it around like that. I definitely need more, so let's put another in here. Maybe this one should just stick up? No, it should go like right here. Is that maybe? You guys have to have some kind of little connector piece. I've been forgetting that. I don't know what the official word for that is. There's gotta be a word. All these little plant pieces have words. Have proper names and such. Yeah. Yeah. Around, around. Yeah, some of these go up so high. We've got to have some kind of leaves in there. Well, that would just look silly, I feel like, wouldn't it? Can't have no leaves. That would be awfully silly. Alright, and then you in the front. Like that. It's starting to perk up, I think. Alright. Okay, so our frame is here. Actually, I think I want that one in front. No, Luna's going in the chair behind me. You decide to settle down? No, so cute. I could do a smaller one in the background here. No, I don't like that. Come here. I changed my mind. Don't like you. Be gone. Maybe I could put a leaf there, actually. Alright, poppy leaves. Let's see. It's been 2 hours and we haven't even painted yet. They're so, like, little scraggly things, aren't they? Let's see here. are such weird little spindly guys here. Okay. Well, I'll try my best. Let's see. Okay, so you get this little like guy at the end here. It's such a strange little like leaf. But I want some of them on there. This is so bad. Oh man, these leaves will be the death of me. Everything's gonna look so nice except for the poppy leaves. Does it look like little spindly leaves? I think it kind of looks like it. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. I don't know how I'm gonna paint this. Or outline it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, see now it got too thick at the top, I think. There we go. Alright, let's change the way this one looks. Such a silly. There, that's a little better. Some strange little leaf. Try and keep them like to a minimum, maybe. I'll just do like a little bit here and there. There. They're so funny looking. Okay. Just make like this little bitty mess of them from time to time. I'll have these itty bitty little leaves kind of just around here and there. Maybe this one should be like over it a tad. Yeah, because it like comes down or something. It goes like out of the frame. Oh gosh. This is out of the frame. Pretty sure it's out of the frame. Alright, does that look like enough poppies? I think it looks like enough. Because it'll be kind of like this. That's the idea. Right? Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. I think that'll look splendid. Alright, did I decide on a color palette yet? Let's start playing with some of these colors. I'm gonna have to go through and get rid of some of these really harsh lines without completely losing what I'm doing. There. Lighten up, everybody. Be faint, please. I can't erase you once I start painting. So I need you to be little ghost images. Alright, is that ghosty enough? Hopefully. There, little ghost images. Perfect. I guess I should try to make you a little more ghosty too. But you're gonna just be jumping over. I'm not super worried about you. A little bit, but not super. There. That's a little better. Alright, paint. Let's see here. Do like a mock-up. Oh, let me this one. You're so yellow. Beautiful though. What color? Okay, this is the idea. Our yellow and orange poppies. Okay. All right, and then we're gonna have some green going on here. I'm gonna need to stir these up anyway. I might need more of this green. There's some leaves happening. Sorry, you can see it a little better. Just testing out some colors and such. What am I working on? So, still working on the same project. I'm just now getting to the painting part. I got my frame all lined out, cut out, and then I finally drew my poppies. They're really faint because I erased all the lines, but so now I'm testing out some colors just to decide what I want everything to look like. Because right now I'm not 100% sure what color I want the frame. So I gotta figure that out. I had put some colors in the pan a little earlier. Now I'm just messing with them. Doing a little like mock-up kind of thing. Okay, so that's what poppies are kind of gonna look like. And then this is supposed to be the background color, so let's see what color you are. Oh, that's very pretty. That is. Much too concentrated. But I do like the color. Okay. So this will be our background color. I think that'll look real pretty. But then we gotta figure out what color we want the frame to be. I'm almost thinking green, because I'm gonna use the gold outline on a lot of stuff. So if I go through with like this, but it can't be one-dimensional is the problem. So maybe like in the corners, I'll put like this in places or something. Let's draw some swirly bits and stuff. Maybe we'll use all three, so like... Alright, I'm gonna let it dry. Wait, a little more. There. And then I want to see what the gold gel pen looks like on top of that green. But while we're waiting, and start painting. Let's do the flowers first, I think. Actually, you should stay over here. Okay. Actually, let's add a little of this too, because you never know, and you'll need a little bit of red. You never know. How red is this red? It's pretty light. Oh, music. You been up to anything fun, Mocap? While you've been lurking around? Just the one, yeah. I'm gonna put a darker color kind of under some of these lines first. See where they're gonna go. This one I think would be good. Kind of like a darker spot here. I hope this works out the way I want. I really do hope. But we'll see. Oh, I got a hair. Get out here. You can't be here. guess if it doesn't work, we'll just have to roll with it a little bit and see if we can make it work. I mean, it is just like the tiniest amount of color. So I don't know why it would be so bad, but I mean, it is the same color family. I can't imagine it being awful. I still haven't done that practice in that flower book I picked up. I really should do that. I'm sure I'd learn something pretty cool. Cool techniques or something. Add it on the list of things to do. But I really wanted to do this project, so it got pushed back a little bit. And here, I think. Just wash it out a little. That's right, this part is folded over a bit. Do that one. Come here. Okay. Oh, a little bit more. Just the smallest amount of paint. Okay. We've added a little bit for the dark spots. I have some of the windows open and it's kind of chilly out today. Get some fresh air in the house. I kind of want to go through and do the same thing now with the dark green. Is that weird? I know you're supposed to go light to dark, but I feel like it might layer nicely. Let's just get the hair out of there first. You get it? I think I got it. Okay. Do this very like bottom area maybe on these. Yeah. I think that's going all right. Don't know if it'll make a difference, but you know, at least I tried it, and then we'll know for next time. these. It's like under here a bit. Oh, I'm so skeptical. Okay. Time to stop messing around. Let's get some yellow in there. So thick still. Okay. Oh, I started watching that 90s show finally. I was so excited when it was coming out. And I really do like it. Actually, oh crap. Don't want quite that. I'm gonna do this first, actually. Just on like the edges. Just because it's so bright. I love it so much. There. Super, super bright yellow on the edges. I should do more of that. I like it. That's a good one. And here too, I think. Fade it out a little. There we go. It's so bright. Okay. Kind of have a little bit of a pencil line. I think it'll be okay. I'm so worried. I'm gonna spend all this time on this thing, and then I'm like, oh, right before I do the important part, let's try a new technique I've never done before. It'll be fine. What could go wrong? Famous last words. What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Now I can start using these. Now I've got what I want on there. Oh, my captions stopped working? I sure did. Captions, my captions, why? There we go. Are they working now? Yeah. Okay, how's our test page going? almost dry. So I can start playing around with the gel pens and see what works and what doesn't. Ooh, take a progress picture. This one's been fun. I'm just so afraid you're gonna be so thick you're just gonna go over everything. And then all my work is just gonna be destroyed. Well, it didn't go over the red, so that's good. I guess it still kept the brightness. It's shining through alright. I still have the orange to add too. Sorry, it's my head in the... Oh, he's in there. I want to be so close to it. I want it like right next to my face while I'm painting it. Alright, I'll let that one dry a little bit. So I don't want to get overzealous with everything. If I don't have it directly in my eyeball, I'm gonna miss a spot. That's not how it works. It'll be okay, even if it's not directly next to my eyeball. I'll have to stick my face in it sometimes, though. Just to be sure. With drawing such shiny things, I always feel like when I go on the computer and save a copy of it, it's always like, oh my gosh, I missed so many spots. But like, when you have it in front of you, it looks just fine, you know? Just because they're so small sometimes. But I don't want to not make them small, you know? I really like them being so small. It just makes them look extra adorable. More paint. Okay. Gosh, I'm so impressed by that super bright yellow. Okay, I might need to add some more of that little bit of that red back to this one spot here. So it did not originally do exactly what I wanted. There. Okay. Back to my sweet, sweet poppy yellow. I'm really liking those colors. Oh, they're so bright. Okay. Oh, that's so great. I'm so happy. that yellow really made it pop. That's great. I'm gonna have to let it dry here a second. I don't want to overwork it too much. They're really going well. I don't want to get too eager and mess it up. Because that definitely sounds like something I do. That's almost dry. More yellow. Okay, come on. Behave yourself, flower. Such a pretty color. Look how vibrant. It's almost shiny. Ooh, that's so pretty. Alright, I'm gonna take another picture. I'm gonna take in all the progress pictures this time. So I'm real happy about it. Ooh, a little chilly though. I'm gonna need my sweater back. Yeah? I guess I could go over those seed pods with the light green. That could be good. Let's do that. Actually, let's do a little bit more of this. Like in the spots where I know I want it. I know I want it down here. And down here. A bit more water, please. Thank you. And down here a little bit too. Within this corner bit. Why is it being so... Come on. There we go. I think that's dry enough to kind of be doing this too. Yeah. It's adding a little bit. A bit more. And down here too. Go. Better? Just a little bit like some texture maybe. Yeah. Okay. Now the buds. I have to give you more water. I might need new water here in a minute. It's getting a little green for all the poppy work. Oh, I didn't add any yellow to it. That's okay. There we go. Yeah, it took a while to get to the painting today. There was a lot of prep work. That's alright. The sweeter the reward, right? Ooh, that's more than I want. Get out of there. There we go. That was a little dark. And I did want to add just like a tiny bit of this brightness to certain areas, you know. Okay, that's better. All right, I need these guys to dry a bit. So I'm going to get some tea, refresh my paint water, and I will be right back, guys. I'm back. Hey Zara, how's your day going? Just got myself some tea. We went to a liquor store actually the other day for a party, and they have a tea section, surprisingly enough, so I got some Prince of Wales tea, which I've never had before. So it's just kind of like a light black tea. Switching from coffee. Coffee was just too sweet. But doing poppies like with a frame and like an Art Nouveau kind of style. Oh, sorry, let me switch. So I spent 2 hours drawing the frame and the poppies. So we'll paint this too, of course. This is my like test page, you know? And we're finally starting to paint the flowers and the stems and everything. I really love the color that's coming out in this. I don't know, it's really great. And I'm trying a new thing, which might be why the colors are working so well. I'm trying to just use like the tubes and not like pre-mix things in the palette. So maybe that's the difference. Maybe it really makes it pop. I don't know. We'll see. The cup is my favorite color. Oh, the like kind of teal. I like the teal color. I thought it matched the like overlay and stuff I have on there. And Tricky just got home. Prince of Wales tea sounds very elegant, right? Hey Tricky. Welcome home. We got a happy doggo.
Lucy, stop hitting Luna.
Oh, you kicked the kitty out of her chair. Lucy, it's so mean. She finally laid down. This is the idea.
Cute.
Isn't that color beautiful? It's really like...
You did a good job on that one.
It's not done yet, but it's going.
Oh, that's great. Just finish.
Just leave it there.
Yeah, done. It's done. No, I'm just kidding.
Not done.
Alright, well, good luck. I'm going to take a nap.
Okay, enjoy your nap. Bring back my Luna.
No.
I'm sad. Lucy was so mean. I hit her in the face with a dog tail. Poor Luna. Bring her back, my kitty. Poor Luna. Lucy over here being mean to Luna. Ugh. She finally laid down, got comfy. Gets kicked out. Okay. Things seem dry again. Dry again now. We're good. We're good. Got a sweater because I got chilly. Oh, Lottie woke up. Hi, Lottie. Did you wake up? Is Cat Dad home? Lottie, don't play with the scissors. What are you doing? Ma'am. Lottie, you may not drink the paint water. Get out of here, Mama Kitty. No sitting on the paper. Be gone with you. Okay. Alright, where was I? It's you. I got new water, so we're good there. Nothing's gonna be tinged green. So much light in those flowers. Love it, right? I feel like the color thing I'm doing is working out well. And this yellow in this set is just like the brightest thing ever when you paint with it. So if you ever want to play with some watercolors, these have been really great. I could not tell you what they're called, but they're at Michael's. Lucy, better careful, cats remember. I know. So Luna does sometimes pee on Lucy's dog beds. It's really bad. And then we have to throw them away and buy Lucy new dog beds. So we tried not to leave them out at night. I think it's just payback for all the like dog tail to the face moments. It's just like, I'm onto you. You're not getting away with this. Alright, and I wanted to see if we could do the frame green and see if this still like showed up nicely. I mean, it still does, I think. Yeah, I think green. Sorry, I think a green frame would be nice. Knew it, right? Right? I mean, mostly they're friends. Like, they play and run around, and Luna will go and lick Lucy's face. But every once in a while, a little bit of strife happening. Hi, Socks. Uh-oh. Somebody woke you up. That's so dark. I'm so afraid to put that on there. More water. Light it up a bit. Hi, baby boy. Nobody's in here. All the kitties left. I'm sorry. Cat Dad came in. Everyone got all disturbed. Your mom's not in here anymore. There we go. I think that'll go better. A little more fluid in there. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Recitation is for the weak. Do it. Yeah. There's a little bit of a line I don't like. Have you done anything fun this weekend, Sarah? Just relaxing, or anything a little more interesting than that? Tricky and I went to a Chinese New Year's party last night, and that was a pretty good time. I've never been to one of those before. I'm a little afraid this is gonna lose all that light I had in there, so we'll start with this little side guy. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's mean, it still has the light in there. It's not too bad. Okay. I feel less bad about it now. Went to a club with my brother and his 2 roommates last night. Was fun. Ooh. That sounds exciting. I really have not been to many clubs. Tricky was kind enough to take me to like an anime bar kind of thing in downtown one time. And I was like, I mean, this is okay. It's an interesting ambiance, but I don't really drink. And there wasn't really dancing. So I was like, eh. Eh. I don't like this like line it has. What do you have a line for? I don't like that. Did the paper just get too wet, maybe? That's what happened? There, line's a little more gone. I like to dance. Oh, those are like pit bulls. Nobody can get near me. So in Seattle, there's an anime convention that I used to go to forever, and they had a rave at the anime convention. So that's the only like going out and dancing experience I have. And it's a very specific setting. It's probably very tame compared to some things, but I did enjoy dancing there. Dancing was a good time. Although I'm sure my dance moves are very out of date. It's good exercise too, and it's so fun. It just improves your mood, you know? Alright, I'm gonna leave that one before I mess with it too much, and I think I'll add a little bit of the red kinda at the bottom here. But I think that color is nice. The orange adds a little something. Yeah, I guess if you want to go out to actually meet somebody, you're gonna have to leave the brothers at home. Because they would be a little protective. Which, I mean, is a good thing. You know, you can never be too safe, but if you're trying to meet somebody, then it's harder. Pros and cons to both, I suppose. Also did some sewing. That's the one of my side hustles. I tutor my landlord's twin daughters. Oh, that's adorable. Some sewing too, huh? What'd you make? Like clothing or blankets or what kind of stuff? That sounds fun. Here too, I think could be rather dark. Okay. And over here, come here. clothing, but also many requests for fixing, shortening, lengthening. Oh, that makes sense. I have a bridesmaid's dress that I would love to. It's one of those like infinity dresses that you can like tie any which way, and I'd love to make it like a high-low kind of thing. But man, I do not have those skills. This seems very handy to have though. Because I mean, most clothes you get them home and you're like, it doesn't fit like exactly right, you know? But if you can alter it yourself, psh, that'd be great. Then you can make it perfect. Flowers. Work with me here. Yeah, I think that's working out. Good idea, I do it for you, but you're far away. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. I have a friend that vehemently hates high-low dresses. Just like, it's the worst thing ever. I'm like, I don't know. Depends on the dress. I'm fine with it most times. So far, I think only this one got kind of muddled. When it dries, I'll add a little darker spots down here. I think we'll be okay. Alright. Your turn, main flower. I'm feeling a little more confident now. I have one client, every time she buys something, she brings it to me and says, gloss it up. She says, what does that mean? Gloss it up. That's a term I have never heard before. Like add sparkles to it or something? How do you gloss something up? What's that? Now I'm curious. Never heard that term. I think she made it up. I changed her buttons to better ones on suit jackets and taper her skirts. Oh, man, you are good. That's extra fancy. Paint. I feel like I'm too quiet today, but I'm just so afraid that I'm gonna mess these beautiful flowers up. Hi, Nimbus. I don't think there's anybody else in here, boy. That's a good idea, though. That would make things fancier. Tapering a straight skirt immediately elevates it, French style. Oh. Alright. Hi, Luna. Are you back? Thanks for coming back. I missed you. Oh, are you immediately gonna leave again? I know, it took you a while to get in that chair before, so it might be a hot minute. Like, no, I don't trust it anymore. It's not safe from the dog. It's usually safe from the dog. Just not in that exact moment. Can't remember the last time I wore like a business skirt. It has been a hot minute. Definitely been a little while. Okay, so like this guy here though. Zara, give snacks to the Xeno. Thank you for the Xeno snacks. We gotta keep him fed. We gotta get him to that next level. We can see what other colors he comes in. More right here. Up here. Oh gosh, there's a fur in it. No! Why? I think I can get it out. Ah! Without ruining everything. Come out, please. Think I got it? I think I got it. I don't think I ruined it. There's a spot down there. I see you. And of course another fur. Come here. Oh, come on, get out. Okay, I think I got it. I kinda like that. I think we'll do, the orange makes a huge difference, right? I think I'm gonna add a little bit, I'm gonna let them dry, and then I'll add a little bit of the red just to re-emphasize some of the lines, I think. Again. I think that needs to be a little darker too. Maybe that too. And here. You're not as dark as some of the other ones, which is fine, but... Oops. And I messed with it and I got oops. Alright. Yeah. Adds dimension, right? Right? I agree. I'm really taking my time with this thing. The drawing part took 2 hours, and I'm an hour into the painting, and I have a couple flowers. I haven't even done the stems. Oh man. This might be a long stream, or it might be a tomorrow thing. But it's going so well. Luna, get off the frame. No, kitty butt off the frame. Okay, go back in your chair. Oh. Drawing is a pain, right? Ma'am! You! Not on the paper! Luna, why you be pesky? Why you do it? Why you extra pesky? Huh? Ma'am. Kitties. What are you doing? I'm not using too much water, so kitty. Goodness. So it's not taking too long to dry, thankfully. but it's taken just long enough to be a little annoying. And I don't want to start on the green quite yet because I don't want to get green in the water and then have to go back and add some of the red and have it be a weird color. I think this part got a little muddled. And like maybe like right in here. But the rest of it looks fairly good. Okay, let's do it. I knew I saw hair. There we go. I think it's good now. I think I got it. Alright, so I want like right here. It's thicker than I wanted. I only see beautiful. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think it's called like when you overwork the paint too much or something. Like the paper starts to behave a little weird. I'm trying to get better about it, but it's definitely like a learning curve for me. But I think using the paint that's been a little more pure has been good. I think that's helped a little bit. There. I think like that. Unfortunately, this red is not a pure color. Maybe that's the problem. But I really like the red. And I only need a little bit of it, so I don't feel too bad about it. It's a different style. Yeah, I like that. Maybe a tad at the top. Just like a little. Yeah. Oh, I hear an ice cream man outside. I was really excited the first time I heard him outside, because I love an ice cream truck. But unfortunately his ice cream just wasn't really that great, and I was sad. I was like, well, I tried and I was just disappointed, so I don't go running out anymore. I grew up in such a like isolated street as a kid, so we didn't really have an ice cream man that came by. Do you ever have the ice cream trucks by you as a child? Put it in here. Get in there, red color. I've never seen an ice cream truck. Certainly not where I grew up. Oh, really? It's fun. I mean, more fun when you're a kid, but it's still fun as an adult. But like I said, they gotta have good ice cream. Our guy just does not have great ice cream. It makes me sad. You gotta up the quality of your ice cream, sir. We're getting so close to done with the flower part. Oh, I'm so excited. Grew up in a very isolated area of British Columbia. Oh, okay. Yeah, we didn't really have a traditional neighborhood. All the houses in our neighborhood have property and like horses and stuff, so we didn't get the normal like suburb kind of thing. Well, it sounds like you were much farther out than me. I don't think ours is like quote unquote isolated, just too far out to be considered a suburb. Alright, I think I might have to stop messing with it. Okay, I say that and it's just like, oh, one more thing in here. Okay, there. Maybe that? Yeah. Alright, I want to stop messing with the flowers. I'm real happy with the flowers. Going well. Okay, on to the green part of this. Whew. Like, I just want to stop. I'm like, okay, happy with the flowers. Nobody touch anything. We're calling it good. No. Nobody move. The flowers are perfect. If I do anything else, it's gonna get messed up. Okay, let's see. I guess we'll just pick a spot and away we go. So I want to just do a layer. Of green. Goes around. So we have something to start with. Weird leaves. Okay. Okay, layer one. Flowers are perfect. Be right back. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with them. Okay. Oh, I see a pesky kitty running about. Oof, my neck. God, I had to draw all these weird leaves. I'm not sure how I'm gonna make these cool, but I'm certainly gonna try. There we go. Alright, as we go along. Next. There we go. Alright, where do you end up? I think you end up like down here. I feel like that needs to be a little thicker. There we go. There we go. Okay. Home free. Go around with this guy next. Don't want a line. Oh, music. Music is done. Okay, hang on. Let me fix that. Get up there. Get up there. Okay. No, not that one. Oof. Let's do this one. Change the music a tad. Different vibe. I wonder. Oh yeah, are you supposed to go like across here? I don't know. At this point it goes where it wants. Like here? Yeah, sure, that's fine. Ugh, Why did I do that? Okay, there we go. Definitely gonna have to do something to make these leaves pop. Maybe I'll make them like, oof, it's gonna be darker than the stems or something. Landlord at the door wants extra tutoring session. Girls have math tests this week. Ooh. Get that side hustle. Man, I could not tutor anyone in math. Maybe back in the day I could, but it has been too long. I'd have to relearn all my math again. Ooh, that snap, crackle, pop. Alrighty. Well, I'm sure their grades have been a lot better since you've been tutoring them. They're only in grade 5? Oh, wow. Hey, still, I need to make sure they have their books with them. My refresher course. What are we learning? What's happening? Plus, I feel like they've changed math so much since I had school. Like, there's weird tables and things they do nowadays. And even when my younger sister, the youngest one who's 8 years younger than me, was doing math, I was looking at her books going, I don't know what that is. What are you doing? Why aren't you just doing the math the way the math should be? Like, no, this is what we do now. What? Why did they make math more complicated? Seems like something's always changing, right? Alright, come here, leaves. Let's see what I can do with this. I don't know how I'm going to outline these things. I made them so small. Oof. Oh, my back. Okay. I guess if I'm not painting with big washes, I could do this on like an easel kind of thing. So it could be up a little bit. That might be good. With the washes though, I'm afraid everything would just pool strangely. That's true, I keep telling them there's only 4 things you can do in math. Add, subtract, multiply, divide. How hard could it be? How hard could it be? Too hard. That's so hard. No, I did just fine in school, like with math and stuff, but yeah, it's definitely been way too long since I tried to use any of that. Oof. I once had a customer at the bank I worked for. He loved to come in and just openly mock me that I couldn't do all these like big math equations in my head. He's like, well, I could do it. Like, obviously, sir, you have a little something wrong with you because you're sitting here mocking me when all you're trying to do is make a bank deposit. And this is also your party trick. And I like to just sit here and do my work. Why are you trying to like test my math skills? This is not part of my job. Really, kitties? Why are we hissing? Fox. Luna doesn't want to cuddle you, baby. She is unhappy that you are that close to her while she is trying to nap. Fox. Hey. Come here. Leave Luna alone. Luna, stop growling. He's just standing there. So much kitty-tude. So much kitty-tude. Socks. Oh my gosh, can you hear the like demon noises in the background? And away she runs. Bye, Luna. Luna, what are you doing? She's like, no, I'm mad, Mom. You kicked me out of my spot, Mom. I'm mad about it. What a doofus. I know. I was like, why are we doing this? But you know, customer service. It happens. People are weird. Like, why did you come in here just to make fun of me? And you just need to feel superior? Is that it? Because, okay, do your thing and then just leave, please. People are definitely weird sometimes. You're like, what are you doing? What is the point of this? I mean, the guy at the pink, not the beasties. I mean, also kind of the beasties, though. Like, kitties, what are you doing? What are you doing? A little bit also the cats. Can't let them off the hook just because they're cute. Get in their leaves, okay. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that the subtitles block the painting sometimes. My bad. I still think that's the best spot for them, though. Okay, I think that's good. But that's a lot. No need that much together. There we go. There we go. Still, animals never try to pull those stunts on people, right? Try and trick me. They already know they're superior. They're like, Mom, we know who scoops the poop around here. And that would be you. Only because I love you, kitties. Oh my gosh, we're almost done with our first layer of green. Oh gosh. First layer of green. Stems and leaves seem so cute. Yeah, the leaves on these things are weird, so I just kind of tried to make them look. They're very messy. No, if you actually look at a picture of poppies, they're very messy. Alright, I'm closer, getting closer to knowing what it's actually going to look like when it's done. Oh, yeah. Not like that. So exciting. More tea needed before it gets too cold. Ooh. All the sniffles. Actually, there's some pencil marks I might be able to clean up a little bit now. Look in here. I've been trying to go in after some of the paintings with the tablet and clean up some of, like, if I missed a pencil mark, you know? Not like change the painting and all, but like just try and get those little spots that are hard to see. Because I can zoom in really close on the computer. I'm not great at retouching, but I'm trying to learn how to do it, like a little bit of it at least. Alright, let's see. Oh, excuse me. I kind of want to play with this weird, like, other green. Yes. Yeah, I think it'll look really cool when it's done. Let's see, let's add a bit of, like, this stuff. That's a good idea. Which one? Oh, sorry, I'm going too fast. The other green? I think, yeah, they need some other somethings happening in here. Especially maybe in the leaves. Just to kind of keep them a little different. I don't want it to blend in too much. Looks better already. Okay. There we go. And then here. Going to stand out a little bit. Oh, that's not fun, right? Come here, the rest of you. There. And then the last one. Some more of this over here. Kind of want to keep it in there a little bit. So it doesn't look too crazy different. There. There we go. This song makes me think of, like, The Secret Garden and watching that as a kid. That was a weird movie. It's like, as an adult, I should go read the book or something. I'll probably have, like, a different viewpoint of it now. There. It's a little better. Alright, let's do you guys. Because you need more dimension. That was a lot. That was a lot. You need to be watered down a tad. There we go. Like that. Books are always better. Started to watch Dark on Netflix. Oh, how do you like it? I haven't watched that one, but I've definitely seen it come up, you know? It looks like it'd be a little spooky. Is it a little spooky? General Buddy Bear, wow, how glorious work. Thank you. You should be proud. I like it. I really like the color and the flowers. I think it turned out pretty good this time around. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Are you working on any art projects currently? Or do you just like to watch art projects? There's nothing wrong with that either. Get in there, green. I watch them. There you go. What's your favorite kind of arts and crafts to watch? Painting, digital art. There's a lady I watch that does wood burning, which is pretty cool. You don't see that very often. Yeah, my favorite flowers are poppies. And I've been drawing them more and more lately. And I'm gonna put a frame on it. It's gonna be a little Art Nouveau. If someone nice or mean for life shrank to tiny size and got into your food, you'd rather. That's a very strange question, General. So if someone was in my food, would I pretend to eat them? Or actually eat them? I don't think I would eat them. Cause like, they'd be really weird and crunchy. I don't want to do that. That sounds weird to me. That gives me the heebie-jeebies. That was your answer. Yeah, I don't think I'd eat a tiny person. That just seems like that would be a little too weird for me. I got a thing, you know, about food and textures in my food. Like, no. That'd be a bit much for me. Would I be dramatic about it? Probably not. I'm not a super dramatic person, so I think I'd just be more surprised there was a tiny person in my food. That itself would be enough of a surprise. What food would they be in? And how would you play around with them as if you were going to eat them? I don't think I would play around as if I was going to eat them. And what food would they be in? Oh, what do I eat a lot of? I drink a lot of tea. Maybe they'd be in my tea. I think that's the thing I have the most of usually is like I always have a mug of tea around. So probably what would happen. Sorry. Keep that up there. I never eat anything with eyes in it. Yeah, I can't. If it's got a face and I've seen the face, like, can't. If it's looking at me, like the shrimp with like the little faces still attached, I can't do it. I gotta have someone else take off the like face part and just leave me the little like shrimp tail. Same with the crawfish. I can't do it. Oh, can't do it. I don't know if it's looking at me. Let's see, get back in there. That is definitely an interesting question to introduce yourself with, though. I bet you get some pretty wild answers from people. Same with lobsters, no way. Yeah, I definitely couldn't, like, go do the pick one out of the tank thing. I don't think I could do that. I don't like this little spot here. Trying to think what else I have been around that's got like a face on it while I'm trying to eat it. I think you're right, just like crawfish and shrimp. My two experiences. Let's see. You like right under. I don't know which way. I'm just gonna go this way. I think the first time I saw shrimp with the little face on it was when I went to Italy and ordered like a shrimp pasta. I was like 20 years old. I was very surprised. Like, oh my gosh, it has a face. I don't know what to do with that. And the teacher went ahead and like took the little face part off. Like, thank you. Like, I don't know what to do with this little shrimpy that is staring at me. Help, teacher. I need an adult. That was definitely the case. Oh, and this is supposed to actually go this way. I remembered. Okay. Mixing up my stems. There's too many. Too many stems. I'm forgetting which way they're supposed to go. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. I think I'll go over with the light green again because I'm losing my line. Gives me the shivers just to think about it. Right? Yes. I don't think it doesn't creep me out as much anymore, but I can't eat it. It's looking at me. I can't do it. Not when it's looking at me. Sorry if that's not an exciting answer. Come on, flowers. Get with the program. Okay, so we've done those now. I have to do this one down here. You belong to that one, okay. I'm gonna go this way. Too much water. There we go. Yeah, I definitely need to use the darker color too, I think. That'll really help. It's going though. It's getting there. It just takes patience. For sure. Get it there. Okay. And do which one? Maybe this thing? Do this one. Hi, Socks. What are you doing, little boy? Are you thinking of coming and menacing your mother? Yeah, don't do it. Oh, he doing it. Socks, don't do it. Don't menace with your mother. She's trying to paint. No, I think I do it. Mother, how will you know I love you if I don't come and menace with you while you're working? Okay, now there's this one here. How will Mother know that she has all of my love? His little face staring at me under my computer. You're so cute. Okay. Oof. More tea needed. Here, I'll give tea to the Xeno too. He can be included. Next level, yes! Are we on 11? What's the next one? I think it's like 15 or 16. It's getting there. Slowly but surely, it's getting there. Okay, so I want to go over with this one. Because I feel like I lost the edge on that side. No, I don't want to do that. I am afraid it's going to get rid of all the work I just did, but too late now, it's happening. It is happening. Okay. Gosh, did I get rid of all of it? Maybe. I mean, it is a multi-layer project, so... bound to happen. That I'm gonna end up with some that don't exactly work out. Yeah, it got a little dark, I think. I do want some more color in those seed pods, though, too. Yeah, make them a little brighter. A little more green. Okay, and then, excuse me, next is going to be this dark green, I think. Yeah. Which is fairly, like, watery. I wonder if it'll be alright. I think it'll be alright. I mean, that's gonna be a pain to try and do all the, the blue in between all the leaves. That's okay. Wrath! Thanks for the drink! I missed like the entire stream. We still have plenty of stuff to go. Oh. I definitely do need a stretch though. That was a good idea. Hang on. Oh. Oh. Stretch completed. How's your day been, Reth? How's your weekend been? We're doing some poppies. Working on the stems right now. We still have to do the background. And we still have to do our frame. Because I made a cool little frame to go on it. Adding the blue will be a challenge for sure. I know, are you? I'll just be very careful. But let's see how this dark green goes. I never said why streamers had to stretch and hydrate commands, and I figured out why. I know, because you forget, like, my tea is just sitting over there, and then you get, like, all hunched over. Oh. Day is going better. Migraine is mostly gone. Oh no, you had a migraine? Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds awful. Luckily, I don't really get headaches, so... Fingers crossed that I don't start getting them randomly as I get older. Because they sound absolutely miserable. That is no fun. You have certain things you like to do to get rid of them? I usually don't get headaches of any kind. I think it's a stress thing. Oh, you've been extra stressed. That'll get you. I think if I notice I'm getting some kind of, like, kind of headache thing, usually, like, drink some water or something. It's usually mine. Like, oh, I don't think I've had any water today. Should probably do that. Like, why are my eyes so dry? And why am I cranky? Oh, yeah, that might be it. Oh, sorry. I'm leaning over it again. Usually just chill and try to maintain low stress vibes. Yeah. That's a good idea. I know a lot of people that get headaches and things from staring at computer screens for a long time. Like they forget to like look away into the distance. Luckily I haven't had much of that because most of my work stuff I've always been staring at computers all day. That would really suck if that was a problem for me. But I lucked out. I usually try and turn down the brightness on my computer screen, so I guess maybe that helps. Like, what? If people look at my computer, why is it so yellow? What did you do? I turned down my blue light. As if you don't, it's awful. Uh-oh. It is 3 o'clock. Hi. Yes. Can I help you? Hello. Cat Dad's taking a nap. You should go wake him up. My sweet boy. My sweet boy. Mama's trying to paint delicate things. What you doing? You come up? Hi, baby. Here, let me make it so you don't rip those out of my head. Oh, I got kitty purrs. You know what? The computer screen might be a factor for me if I'm not working on modding. Yeah, turn down the brightness. Usually, usually the display settings will have like a nighttime light kind of a thing. I just leave it on all the time. Oh, you probably can't hear him, but he's purring. He's purring. This face. Face right here. Look at the purrs. Okay, but I'm trying to paint, little boy. Socks. Socks. I'm trying to paint. He's like, no, mother. You may not paint. You may only love me and feed me my dinner. Your dinner is in an hour, sir. 1 hour. You have 1 hour to wait. Trying to paint details with a cat in your lap. Oh my gosh. Don't. Are you rubbing on the mic? That probably doesn't sound good. Sorry. What are you doing? The kitty. Hey! That is not for you to chew on. This boy is not for you. I love you very much, but not now, sir. No, you can't have my tea. Alright, go on. Off with you. Off with you, sir. He, about an hour before kitty dinner time, he starts to scream at me and run around and get into trouble and demand love. And it is 3 o'clock here, and he gets dinner at 4, so he's like, Mom, I'm up for my nap. You know what this means. I'm like, oh no. Usually I'm done streaming by now, but I got a little carried away with this one. But it's been going so well, I don't want to stop yet, and it's not done. It's just gonna be a really long streaming day for me, guys. So I hope you're all enjoying the poppies, because we're gonna be here for a hot minute. Oh, sir. Kitty headbutts are adorable, but terrible timing. You can't have kitty headbutts right now. Can't have headbutts right now. Sir. Mommy is busy. Ow! Drink a lot out of me. Look. And those are not toys. Do not chew on the headphones. Nope. Nope. Oh my gosh. This kitty. This kitty. Stop. You. Oh my goodness. You. Oh my goodness. Why? Your father's taking a nap. Go mess with him. He's napping. You could use kitty love. Yes. Make sure my headphones. Where are they? You. No shame. No shame. You got no shame. Oh no. Chaos here. Kitty chaos. It looks really good thus far, but I think that about all your art. Oh, thank you. You're so sweet. Love the poppies. I think, like, I might have to get really good at drawing/painting poppies, because I'm really enjoying the poppies. And I've always loved them. So it makes me happy that they're kind of turning out well. Although I do need to learn more about how to actually paint their leaves. That would be useful. They're such a weird shape. I need to do like a practice of like just poppy leaves. You know? If I'm gonna try and keep painting them. Socks is adorable. He is. He is very adorable. He is the bravest of our kitties. He is the most demanding. He's one of the cuddliest when he is cold. But he's also the one that like beats up on the other cats if he's bored. He just plays really rough. But he's so sweet. He's definitely a mama's boy. He is quite adorable. When we were having kitties adopted out, everyone came to see Socks, but he didn't really like and bond with anybody except us. I was like, I don't want people to adopt him just because he's cute, you know? Like, I want him to go to a home that he wants to go to. So we ended up deciding I decided I'm just gonna keep him. Like, he likes us. And I don't want him to just end up somewhere, you know? Looks like a big boy. He's one of those, like, really long kitties. He's officially 2 now. We've had him his whole life. But yes, he's definitely a long boy. Definitely one of those long kitties. And it's funny because we have his mother and his brother, and his mom and his brother are like these short, stubby little kitties. And he's just like so long. So I'm thinking whatever cat dad was happening at the time must have been another long boy. Cats choose their people, right? Like, we had all these kittens and people were coming to see them. And the kittens, like, really, it was very obvious, like, when someone was in there, which cats liked those people, even before the people, like, did anything, you know? And he was just like, nah, I like it here. I don't like these people. Make them go away. I'll stay with you. Well, this is our cat, apparently. But his picture definitely brought everyone to the door. He's a gray tuxedo. And when he was, a baby, all kitties had blue eyes. So he looked so cute in his little picture. So everyone came to see Socks and then usually fell in love with another cat. So most of the kitties went to good homes. And that made me very happy. Because we definitely could not keep all of those kittens. And Lottie is fixed now, so she's not having any more babies. She definitely got very lucky, though, that she had her kittens on our porch. We're like, don't worry, girl, we got you. She had a nice little box, a towel out there, food and water on a regular basis. She was so skinny when she started showing up. And then she rubbed on my leg and I was like, that is a very pregnant cat. Because you can feel the hard belly. I don't have a cat. My dog was the same way. I didn't plan on getting him, but I visited my friend. He chose me. Oh, I love it when pets are like, no, I'm coming home with you. I belong to you now. We're gonna make this happen. So cute. It's so nice when it works out too, I had somebody tell me one time that it was a coworker, and after she told me this, I'm like, we can't be friends. She was like, yeah, I was visiting my friend and this kitten came out of nowhere and crawled up my leg. I was like, oh, thinking she was gonna be like, and then I took it home because it chose me. But no, she was like, and then I put it back and walked away. I was like, oh, what do you mean you put it back and walked away? We are not friends. You can't do that. We didn't even take it to a shelter. You're just like, bye, kitten. Oh, like, nope. We're not the same people. Can't happen. There you go. They say you don't get the dog you want, you get the dog you need. Oh, see, I'm not a big dog person. So I leave the dogness to my boyfriend. He's much more of a dog person. My big dumb dog has helped me through a lot, so I think you may be onto something. Pets, I tell ya, they definitely get you through hard times. And they deserve all of our love. There's a couple years where I didn't have a cat, and while my allergies were wonderful, I was just so sad. I'm like, I don't have a cat? I do not have a cat, you know? It's so weird to me to not have a pet. The little shadows are helping, I feel like. That's really making some of the areas pop. I have a cat. Would like a dog also, but can't in this apartment one day. Yeah, that's true. Uh-oh. Sox says, like, mother has closed the door? Who does she think she is? No. Mouse. Ah, the mouse. Can't. I definitely miss my cats. I am much more of a cat person, but a cat wasn't possible for where I'm currently living. Gotcha. I've always had a pet. I can't imagine life without them. Right? Growing up, we had so many animals. Like, had all the animals. My sisters had a chinchilla. I had a guinea pig growing up. My family has horses. Like, all the animals. There's chickens there at my parents' house right now. We've had a parrot before, one of those African greys. That was by far our least favorite pet. It was my ex-stepfather's nowadays. And he was like, yeah, this is so cool. And we're like, but you're never home. And now we have to take care of it, and it doesn't like us. So that was a whole thing. But yeah, definitely always had animals absolutely everywhere. It's very different, like, having a life without them, for sure. Your sock's just meowing at the door. Meow. Mother. Even chickens have personalities. Oh yes. My mother, I call her like almost every day. We talk because she's not in the same state as I am. I'm always hearing about all the chicken drama that's going on. Because Lord knows there's chicken drama. Those chickens, they're ruthless. Always chicken drama. I think these stems and things are turning out alright. We're getting places. I think if I would get a dog of my own. If I didn't like have a boyfriend that liked dogs, you know? I don't think I would. Like, they're great and all, but I don't have dog energy, you know? There's like some people have certain ways about them. I don't have dog energy. Not that they dislike me, it's just they don't really listen to me and My mom has a couple Papillons nowadays that are super, super cute. So maybe like a small dog if I was by myself. So it would get along with the cats and stuff and I wouldn't have to worry. But our Lucy is a good girl. She's behaved. She behaves very well. She's about 50 pounds. So I guess that's considered like a medium dog. 50-pound dog. What type of dog do you have, Ref? If you're still there. Or is it a mutt? 'Cause Lucy's kind of a mutt. I think she's some kind of like pointer cattle dog mix something. Papillon's ears, so cute. Yeah! The big, like, stick 'em up butterfly dog ears. She doesn't buy any of them. My family is very, like, adopt, don't shop. So she got one from, actually, like, my friend's mom, who they just couldn't take care of the dog. And then she got the others from rescues or shelters. She used to be an animal control officer, so she knows like the ins and outs of how you know, sign up for lists. If I'm looking for this type of dog that shows up, give me a call, you know. So it was really cool. Oh my gosh, Socks, you are fine. That's a Heinz dog. 57 varieties. He got a pit bull. He has the same markings as his dad, which caused an issue for me at first. But he was so lovable, I could not love him. Aww. They need love too. They need love too. And props to you for adopting what can be sometimes a controversial dog for people. I mean, they're not born bad. You just have to make sure you get them trained and stuff, and they'll be fine. Growing up with my mom before my sisters were born, it was just the two of us, and we had a Rottweiler, and he was so sweet. So we are no strangers to the scary-looking but oh so sweet doggos. Pit bulls get a bad rap. Yeah. I know, right? Drogo is the most lovable dog I've ever had. Will just do just about anything to please their people. It's so sweet. The puppers. Alright, what do we think of the stems and the leaves? Because I might leave them like that. We've added some detail. I think I'm pleased with that. I got some multi-dimensional bits happening here. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'm thinking once I add the blue, then I'll be okay to do the green frame. Even though they touch, you know? I think it'll still be alright. And I can like add different... Yeah, I think that'll be good. I'm gonna let that dry and I'll do the frame a little bit while the water's green. I think that could be good. These are looking great. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. I think that's good enough for that part. My idea of art is staying inside the lines. I'm the wrong person to ask. Yeah, I think I've decided I want the frame to be green. So this is gonna be over there. We're gonna go ahead and do a green wash and then try and add some details. And I don't want the lines to get too lost. Oh man, I am gonna make a big hot mess doing this. Should have cut it out after. I was just so excited and I wanted to know how big I need to make the other paper. Okay. Well, I mean, we've made a mess on this before. I mean, look, that's why I have it, right? So I can make a mess and it'll be okay. Go around. Ready for like a big old nature vibe. Stay. Guess not really big nature, little nature, but you know. You know what I mean. Okay. And then we'll add more greens. You know, in different areas. I just want to make sure I don't lose lines because I need to outline those. Okay. Looks fairly evenly green. Alright, I'm actually gonna let that dry for a second. I'm gonna go feed the insane cat outside my door. So he stops screaming at me, and then I can open my door again. I will be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Crazed animals have been fed. Ugh, they have been appeased, and my stomach is growling, so... Pop-Tart. Sorry for the crunching. And the munching. Mmm. It's so good, though. Ben mine at the same time. Perfect. Okay. How are we doing here? A little wet, but not bad. Almost dry. So I think I want to try and do like darker areas and the little crevasses, if that makes sense. So it has a little more dimension. I think that'll be good. But I need it to be a little dry first. It's getting there. It's pretty close. With a blue background and some more dimension to the, yeah, and then the gold. I'm going to do the same thing I did last time with outline everything with gold gel pen, especially the lines like on here. I think that'll really work well for sure. In the meantime, gets to watch me eat a Pop-Tart. If you have a Pop-Tart, eat along. I hope we have enough of this. It actually might refill that. Funny, I was gonna ask you if you'd use a gel pen. Nice effect. I really like how it ended up on the last little ones we did. So I'm definitely going to do it again. I think that risk really paid off. And just to be safe, I'm gonna add more of that dark green to that. So I think we have enough, but I just wanna be safe. With more of that earth green that I absolutely adore. Definitely using that chirp after today. A long stream. Thanks for hanging around, you guys. It hasn't been a super big day stream-wise, but art day, I feel like we're really doing good art stuff. So I'm happy. Get in there. Okay. Alright, there. Now I'll feel a little better about having enough of the green. Much, much better. Yeah, we are definitely good on green now. Oh, Tricky's up. I saw the dog go running by. My window faces the backyard. Get to spy on the dog. Alrighty. Are you dry enough? Ugh, you're so close. Just like a little more. Because I don't want it to run, you know? It has to stay where I put it. It must do as it's told. But I am afraid I'm going to lose all the lines, but I think doing the shadows will... Or shadows, you know, will help. Maybe it's one more Pop-Tarts worth of drying time. I think the... Oh, I got it out of my hand. Get out of here. I'm gonna do that like just the outsides like I did before. That really worked out nicely. Yeah, I like that. I think the gold is the best. I think the silver really does the poppies justice, you know? No, I definitely think the gold. Still don't know what to do with these white ones. Like, in this artwork, I don't really think it has a good place. I think it works better with the stars and the moons and stuff. Perfect. Maybe my two will work. I read somewhere that some artists use hairspray to set this art. Those two pastels and make a mess of watercolors, they think. So there are fixatives. I used to use it for like charcoal drawings that you can spray on stuff, and a cheaper alternative to actual fixative is hairspray. I've never used it on painting. Yeah, that seems like that would be bad on a really delicate watercolor, you know? But I could see that on those chalk pastels, maybe? If you spray it far enough back. I think that would work well. Keep it from smear. It's to keep stuff from like smearing. So, yeah, chalk pastels or yeah, charcoal or pencil, probably. I don't know what that would do to actual paint, though. It'd be interesting. Okay, now I gotta figure out what parts of this I want to be dark. I'm thinking the little like teardroppy shapes that I've made places would be very cute. The darker color. First, I know I want this one to be. Oh, and then I gotta paint the edges. That's right. Stuff makes me sneeze. What, hairspray or fixative? Or both? I haven't used hairspray in a long time. That was a very 90s thing. Hairspray. My mother always has this like huge can of it. She always warned me before she hairsprayed and I'd go running from the bathroom. Oh god, please don't run. I think you're dry enough. Are you not dry enough? You should be dry enough. Oh, it's like moving a little bit. But I am going to outline it, so if it moves a tad, that's not too bad. It just can't move a lot. Hairspray? Yeah. I'm glad the days of like copious amounts of hairspray are over. Although, with the styles that are around nowadays, and the like, oh, who is she? Not Jane Fonda. I don't remember, but the 70s hair that's like back, like the flippy, I bet your Hairspray's making a comeback. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely gonna have some multi-layered stuff going on, I think, to really get it nice. Gosh, my lines are definitely starting to disappear. I guess I shouldn't have erased them so aggressively. I was worried about them showing through too much, but I forgot how much like the paint really does cover. I think we'll be alright. We'll make it work. Get in there. Okay. Not for me. Yeah. I don't think I could ever have big hair like that. My hair is so thin. Just would not work out, I don't think. Okay, let's do all the fill-in ones, and then I'll go back and do all the, like, corners that I want done. I mean, I guess I could go and outline everything in this darker green, but I don't know what that would do to the gel pen. No. Gosh darn, fingers getting into the paint. Hi, Nimbus. What are you doing? Sniffing my laundry basket? I know I need to do laundry. After streaming. Makes too much noise. What are you doing, Nimbus? Closing it up. I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, I see you here. Maybe it's on the page. Okay, come on. There we go. Oof. Oh, am I out? No, music's still going. We're good. Nimbus, what are you doing up there? Pesky catness happening, sir. Are you gonna be trouble? What are you doing? Hi. As long as you don't start like chewing on things, Kiki. I'm trying to like steal my earrings or something. Hi, Lottie. Is everyone coming to see me now that you all had dinner? I was like, okay, cat mom fed us. We can come say hi. Naughty. Hey, sweet mama. Yeah, I think multiple colors are really gonna help. Good boy, Nimbus. Thank you for not getting into trouble. You know those memes that are like, there are two children. Your oldest that like looks like it might get into trouble, but then doesn't. And then your middle child that just does the crazy thing when you're not looking. I think those are the two cats I have. Socks that just does the crazy stuff. And Nimbus is like, maybe I'll do it. And you're like, Nimbus? And he goes, okay, I won't do it. Okay, I'll be good. There we go. Get in there. Okay. That one wasn't exactly perfect, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I think these might take some additional layering to be a bit brighter. Alright. Oh, and you are one too. That's right. I forgot I did that. Okay. I forgot I did that. You almost got lost. Almost lost. There we go. Did a big one up here, that's right. Do you find a difference in personalities, male versus female? I mostly had male cats growing up. I think I want to say... Gosh, I don't know. I don't want to say yes, but like, I couldn't pin down an exact reason. You know what I mean? Like... that is a good question. I think the two girl cats definitely hiss more. I want to say they definitely like know their boundaries more, and they're like, no, and they'll tell you about it. Because one of our boy cats is very skittish, so he'll run away and stuff and doesn't like to be picked up. But I don't know. The girls, if they don't want to be picked up, you hear about it. Hey, what are you doing? Speaking of boy kitties being pesky. Yes? There's nothing in there. He's rolling around with his little legs under my closet door trying to get something. There's nothing in there for you. I promise you, there's nothing within reach. I know better than to leave things within kitty reach in the closet. I have already learned that lesson. And you're supposed to be napping off your cat dinner, Socks. Have you noticed a difference between male and female cats if you've had both? Alright, let's start to try and do some of these like washes. Okay, that did not turn out the way I had hoped. But it's still fine. Luna is my first female cat, and she is so good. Never does anything wrong. No furniture clawing, no pooping next to the litter box instead of on it. Oh, really? So my 2 female cats are the ones that destroy my house. Lottie is the one that claws all of the door frames. She has decimated multiple door frames in our house. They're just ruined beyond repair, plus a little bit of the wall next to them. And Luna is the one that pees on anything you leave on the floor. It's like dog beds, and for a while, like any jackets or anything. My male cats do not destroy the house in the slightest. They run around and get into things, but they do not, like, destroy things like the 2 other girl cats do. So mine are the exact opposite. The girl cats are like, F your house. The croquettes, the girl cats. That's what I meant to say. You're like, you don't want me to claw on this door frame and you put a cat tree right next to it? Nah. No. I've never had any, like, bad luck with male cat spraying or anything either, thankfully. But I do hear it happens sometimes, which is really unfortunate. Because cat pee comes out of nothing. Ever. That's my experience. Like, everything Luna's ever peed on, I've had to get rid of. There is no amount of spraying it with Nature's Miracle or something that's gonna get rid of that. So behavior is not gender related. Apparently not. Like, I remember when I went to the shelter looking for a cat, I didn't want a black cat because apparently they're worse for allergies, I'd heard. Something about their dander is, like, more potent. And I didn't want a girl because I've always had boy cats and they've been so wonderful. And I ended up with a black female cat. Just because she was the sweetest thing at the shelter. She was so nice. I could pick up her feet. I could, you know, play with her tail. She was on my lap. She was just fine. I don't want this. And I left exactly with that. My male cats never sprayed either. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe, like, if you don't get them fixed early enough or something. I don't... They learn it or something. I'm not sure why some of them do, but yeah, I've never had one that did that. Yeah, it was so funny. At one of our parties, our friends who had just started watching our dog, like being our dog sitters for us when we go places, saw one of our door frames and I was like, oh my god, did the dog do that? And I'm like, no, the cat did that. The dog does not destroy the house, the cat does. Oh. Like, yeah, your house is fine, don't worry. Definitely the cat. Definitely the cat destroying our house, don't worry. Now, rabbits are something else. Male rabbits spray. Really? Male rabbits spray? I did not know that. I knew you could litter box train a rabbit, but I did not know that male rabbits sprayed. Huh. That's interesting. Learned something new today. Look at that. You're always teaching me things. Fashion, rabbits, and nothing gets it out. Yeah. Like if anything's ever been sprayed on, it's never going away. Like, just say goodbye to that item or that area. It's not gonna happen. I think all the rabbits we had growing up were outside. They were never in the house. At least not for any extended periods of time. Like for the winter and stuff, they come in or be in the garage or something because it got cold. But we never had like a mainly indoor rabbit, I don't think. Not that I remember anyway. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, but not that I remember. I had to paint the walls. Oh, just seal it in and call it good. Oh man, that is rough. Yeah, I never had that happen, thankfully. I almost got a ferret once instead of the cat because it was going to be a present for my husband at the time. Because he liked cats and ferrets, and I was like, well, I want to get him a pet. Or else a pet, kinda, you know. So I went and actually saw them because I'm like, oh, I mean, they look fun. I could do that. And I was like, oh my god, the smell. I can't with this. People say cats like have an odor. The ferrets, I could not. Like, you guys are very fun and very cute, but oh dear lord. And these are you without your scent glands? Holy guacamole. Oops. Alright, there's that. I think I might switch now. That might be enough of the dark green. Ooh. Oh boy, okay. Might be time to do some of the lighter, like, other color green. I'm right about the ferrets. Like, I feel like I would have a good time playing with a ferret. But... That is just so much smell. Like, I'm gonna go visit someone with ferrets and have a good time. And then come home to my house that does not smell like ferrets. Is that bad of me? Like, I already have 3 cat boxes in my house. It smells like enough beds. Don't need to make it smell worse. But that's how I ended up with my Luna. Ferrets weren't gonna happen. Cat it was. Not meant to be in a house. Right? Hey, some people make it work. I mean, people ask me why I have cats when I'm so allergic to them. It's because I love them. So, I mean, some people are like that with ferrets, probably. They're so stinky, why do you have them? Because they just love them. Sometimes you just gotta do it. Because it makes you happy. Yeah, definitely takes a special kind of person. I feel like this would look better in a gouache or an acrylic just because it's not like coating it very well, you know? If I had a better, like, thicker paint, it would do a better job and probably look better in the end. Didn't anticipate this not being super saturated. See if we can make it work though. Maybe they'll put the gold lines on it and it'll just suddenly be absolutely beautiful. You know? Maybe that's all it'll take. Because right now... come here. Okay, it is looking kind of cool once you put the... I feel a little less bad about it now. Alright, alright. That convinced me a little bit. That it's not so bad. Oh gosh, I can barely see this line. Ooh. Get in there. Well, Zara, I don't remember if I've asked you, what other kind of streamers do you like to watch? You have like, is it mostly artists, or do you have ones that play certain games you like to watch, or music ones maybe? I'm always curious to see what else people like watching. Like, I didn't start watching art streams until recently, and I was like, oh, this is a thing? It didn't even occur to me. And I was like, oh, I could do that. And then I started doing it. But before that, and usually I'm watching, like, people game and stuff. I really like that third color. That's real fun. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I guess I'll do those. Okay. Man, we're getting through it now. These parts are going a little faster than the flowers did, and definitely faster than the drawing did. Well, I've been on for 5 hours and the drawing took 2, so I've been painting for 3 hours. My goodness. Go. I guess I should just put on my schedule that I stream Sundays. I've been doing it most Sundays, I feel like. I wanted to have it as an option day because we do go do things sometimes. I guess it's alright. Okay, so where else? I think this bottom little section would be good. Should I do another one? I feel like I should fill in some of the dark ones that got really light. Definitely. Alright, back to this. Come here. Oh, come here, hair. Yeah, you've got it really light for some reason, so we're gonna fill that in a bit. There we go. That's much better. Ooh, I watch a couple of artists and a few gamers. One that I watch, Porkmaster. Oh yeah, Pork. I know Pork. But not brave enough to chat. The chat has me in giggles most of the time. I'm just learning the game to game. Did not have Wi-Fi growing up, so I'm late to the modern world. Oh, I love Pork. I've been watching him for, I think I have an 18-month badge. He's great. The chat's super friendly, so don't feel too shy. You talk up a storm with me. Come on. I think you might have talked to Blabby on here. She's Brad Squashua's wife, who was on there a lot. And she's on sometimes too. You should definitely talk in Pork chat. They're all super nice. He's one of the streamers I usually have up a lot, even if I'm not currently like watching. I try and lurk if I can. And game day is super fun, so if you ever get to participate in that, it's always a good time. Sorry, Pop-Tart. You guys kind of dominate. Yeah. I mean, it is scientifically proven that men do talk more than women. Whether they want to believe it or not. I actually introduced Tricky to Porkmaster, and they like to play games together now. Yeah, don't feel shy. They pop in here sometimes too when they're not busy. All the people from that chat. Fiber and Wrath are super sweet. Squash is nice. Trying to think who else off the top of my head I can think of. But yeah, they like to have a good time, and he's so funny. That pork head cracks me up every time. Definitely a different vibe from the string, but still great. A lot more high energy. I've really been enjoying the Souls games he's been playing lately. So fun. Oh, if you like chill... Pork reminds me of my brother, so funny. If you like chill streams but also like gamers, you should check out Deep TV. He's in here sometimes. Plays Souls like games, and he's so good and he's super sweet. But he plays late at night, so I don't usually get to watch him. I try and lurk when I can. Right, I think I might leave that, let it dry, and then start outlining. And in the meantime, we have a sky to paint. I'm a little nervous about it. I think it's gonna look very 70s. That's funny. I was going for Art Nouveau, ended up with 70s. That's still cool looking though. Maybe the cold will help. I think it'll make it worse. Oops. That's alright. Okay, so we have our faint line still, so I know where I need to kind of stop. Okay, let's see. So this one. Okay. About this blue sky. I don't know if what I do here actually makes a difference, like, for the painting, but I should get at least the paper a little wet. Because in my head, that'll help it stay out of the green. I don't know if it does, but in my head, I think it does, so... Because water likes to stay with other water. So maybe it'll help me stay in the lines. We shall see. Oh, I'm back. It's killing me. I'm hoping we only have like another 30 minutes, but it might be another hour. Depending on how quickly I paint this blue and how fast I can outline. Man, I don't know how people do this all day. I need a budget for a masseuse. Or chiropractor. let's see who else is small. This area is small. This one here. Go. Breathe. Oh man, I really hope I don't get blue in the flowers. Oh man. Sadly, I have to go in 10 minutes tutoring. Hey, I appreciate that you were here for so long. It really is nice to have someone to talk to. But good luck with the tutoring. It's exciting, they have math tests too. Hopefully they're both good students. And don't give you all the sass. But I'll definitely post a picture on Twitter when it's done, so you can see if you want. And if you're here for my next stream, then you'll have to, if you want to see the actual sparkles from the gel pen, you can ask me, I'll bring it back out. I always want to watch your projects emerge and talk to you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. It's nice to have someone around. I know it's not the most bombastic stream. We'll definitely check it out. Thanks. Let's see. Back to this side here. And then now I don't remember what I've done and what I haven't. Ah! In there. Okay. Around. Man, I'm definitely nervous about this part. Oh, music, are you done? You're brave with that blue. Oh man, don't remind me. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous about the blue. Ideally, I would have drawn it and then painted the blue, like put down that, there's stuff you can put down that's like a rubber, it dries to like a rubberized thing that keeps paint off of it. So ideally I would have drawn out the flowers, painted the background blue, painted that rubbery stuff, you know, so the blue doesn't get into it. And then when the blue is dry, you peel off the rubbery stuff and then you paint your flowers. I'm doing it kind of backwards because I don't have the masking fluid. So I get to be extra brave with the blue. Okay, there's nothing. I think it might be a little dark. I'm probably gonna have to add more water. Yeah, that's way too dark. Maybe I'll just pick up like little bits of it. Yeah, but it's such a pretty blue, you know? So pretty. So I think it'll be worth it. Just need lots of water. I don't know why there's like a weird section in it. It's odd. Most unusual. I sound like Rick and Spock. Dry with lines, come on. Uh-oh, see, I got it in the yellow. Get out of there. I'm really sad that the paper did a weird thing. I wonder why, because now I have like a splotch. I'll have to take it out and post. My weird splotch. Sad. Why, weird splotch? Why do you do this to me? Can I peel it out? I think I'm making it worse. Strange. Oh, that's sad. Okay, well. That's the paper. It's not something I, like, painted on by accident, so... Well... Only so much I can do about that, I suppose. Kids are here a bit early. Bye! Thanks for hanging out, Zara. Good luck with the kids. No. You out. No fur in there. Get out. Oh, oh, my back. Oh my goodness. Okay. There we go. And get the blue in between the leaves. Come on, get in there. Eh. There we go. Barest hint of the blue. Okay, side now. Kind of put it out and then work it in. Seems to be working all right. Okay. A little more color. Yeah, that's not bad. blue really makes a difference though. Like, as scared as I am of it, it really, really makes a difference. Get in there. Goodness. Yeah. As lovely as this is turning out, I'm getting tired. Alright, maybe I'll go on this side next. This way. Ooh. They throw paint everywhere, you know. Ruin the whole thing. No. Hey, no scritching the windowsills, please. No scritching. Lottie, leave that alone. No cat shenanigans, please. You're supposed to be one of the best girls, Lottie. What are you doing? Are you being a bad girl? Like, no, you have no proof, Mother. You don't see anything. Oh yeah, I see nothing. Didn't happen. Nope, nothing. Didn't happen. Yeah, that blue is really, I think, making a difference. Oh, man. Okay, let's see. It's a beautiful color, too. I'll have to remember this one. And use it more often on more things. Ooh. My back. Hard to not hunch while doing this, though. You stop drying in a strange position. That was too much. I don't know if I could have used maybe a thicker paper to kind of stop the pilling a little bit. Let's see. What do you look like so far? Okay, okay. I think the only spot you'll really see is this weird, like, ripple in the paper. And there's not much I can do about that, unfortunately. It's just gonna have a paper ripple. Strange, strange paper ripple. Not to be done about it. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Our Sunday is almost over already. Time flies, right? So hopefully you had fun. Or that would just be sad. Getting there. I'm too afraid to go super dark with it, you know? I just don't want to end up looking really patchy everywhere. I'm trying just to get it to be at least a similar color all the way around, you know? If not exactly the same color, at least a similar color. I'm so glad I found these like colors that actually look like the poppy colors. It really brings it out, I think. You can see the little hairs floating in the paint. Don't do it, paint. Don't put those hairs in my painting. Slowly but surely, we will have a finished painting at some point in time. Hopefully in the near future. Get in there. There we go. Is anybody else's favorite flower poppies? I feel like it's probably not a common one. It's not really something you can put in a bouquet or anything. Or a typical flower arrangement. And I guess they're kind of weeds places sometimes. Since they kind of want to grow everywhere. It's like saying my favorite flower is a dandelion. It's just not really like the normal favorite flower kind of thing. You know? Not usually one of the choices. Ooh, we're getting to the middle. Okay. We already kind of started in here. So I guess I'll just keep going in here. Don't you try right there. Don't you do it. There we go. Don't you form weird lines on me. Oh no, I got a little bit into my poppy. I definitely have to try to get some of that masking like fluid pen or whatever it is. And try and keep it out of my flowers. I don't want to accidentally like destroy them, you know? But I don't think I would have been able to get the same like vibrancy if I had tried to do it like before, you know? The flowers would have been too muddled. So it definitely had to be after. There we go. I feel like that's almost too dark. I need more over here. Uh-oh. The trying to balance an act has begun. I'm getting a little muddy on my leaves now. There. pull it over here. Add more of this direction. Ooh, that's too much. Too much. I don't want to have to repaint all of that. Oh, oh. Okay, there we go. Yeah, more over here. A little bit more. Better? A little better. Okay, let's do this part. Definitely think I'm gonna have to go over some of the bigger areas, like in here. Let's add up more, actually. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. There. Yeah. It's such a pretty blue. It actually turns out really nice on the screen, which is surprising, because that can be a struggle. Especially with, like, purple for some reason. My purples never want to look purple. Alright. One more really big area. This might take a while to dry, though. I have been adding a lot of water. Who dare? This way. I do think adding it first does help. Gives it some place to go. Which seems to be helpful. A little more up here. Ooh, that was a lot more. Oops. Not too bad, not too bad. This little spot. Just do like a little bit more over here. Let's try and like match the blue a little bit in all the spots. Is that looking pretty good? I think that looks fairly even for what I can do. I have saturated the paper a lot, so it's starting to buckle in places, but... Okay, because I remember when this is dry, we're actually outlining like the very outside of everything, the gel pen, and putting our crazy Art Nouveau 70s frame over it. Which turned out a little funkier than I had anticipated. But it's so fun. Okay, we'll let you dry. And let's just start outlining. I think you're dry, and I'm having more pork tart. Pork tart. Man, I hope this works. I guess either way it'll be interesting. So shiny. Oopsie, like I didn't get that quite the way I wanted it. Okay. I'll just have to remember to try and make it even on the other side. Like that. Approximately. Man, I'm always so nervous because I'm like, if I mess this up, there's no going back. But I guess it's the same with paint. Like, it's no different from painting. It feels different, though, you know? It feels different. Even though it's really not. Here, I kind of want to do this S. There. Like that. I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It scared me. Was not quite dry. Shiny little S. Close enough. Oof. I don't know how to make this more Art Nouveau. Maybe it's just the colors I picked were wrong. Maybe I should have picked different colors. I think the idea was correct, though. Maybe it should have been more neutral colors on the frame. Maybe. Perhaps. Live and learn. Live and learn. Okay, and then around here. Oh, I can't see where I'm going. Gotta see that. Gotta know where I'm going. That does not work. Okay. Top done. Bottom half is next. It really does help though. You can see things better. Okay. Oops. That line will just be a little thicker to cover my oops. Those oopses with pens are forever oopses. There we go. Like afraid to breathe when I'm doing it. Okay, and then you come here. Oh, and I just stuck my finger in it. Okay, it's okay. Oops. Go around and around. Oof, almost done with the frame. Okay, so we'll go up like this. And around like that. Getting it all over me. Got a shiny thumb now. I'm not waiting for it to dry as much as I was before. I'll be more careful on the flowers, I think. Come on, be like that pen. Okay. Frame is outlined in the gold gel pen. What do you think? I think that's kind of fun. I did paint the inside. Well, let's do that real quick. I forgot. I wanted the inside to be green too, just in cases. Ooh, excuse me. Go along the inside so it's not like pure white sticking out, you know? So layered on, it's at least green. At least. This white will stick out a lot more, I think, than the green. No, not you. Cancel. Oh, green. Come here. There we go. Okay. No, nothing should be... No, don't be like this. But... Okay. Whew. Whew. Crisis averted. Alright. Here's my flowers. You are still a little wet. I should use a lot of wash on you. Hey, darling.
Hey, honey. You done yet?
Almost. Look. I just finished outlining this.
Yo.
It looks a little more 70s than Art Nouveau, but that's okay. And it's gonna go like that.
Looks more what?
70s. I think it's because of the colors. But look how good the flowers turned out.
Flowers are great.
Right? I'm really happy. I thought they still look really bright, you know? If I had masking fluid, I could have taped in the flowers I drew and then done the wash over it, and then I wouldn't have to have painted the blue around it, you know? So I think that's something else I need. And then the paper did something weird over here, unfortunately. You betcha. Nice job on your painting. Looks great. Thank you. Almost done. Almost done. We still have to outline the flowers and the gel pen. Ooh. My back is killing me. What's for dinner, darling?
Oh, what's dinner?
You don't know. What for? No dinner? Alright. You decided not to go places after work today? Or did you?
I did.
Oh.
I just worked till I hurt. And I came home.
Yeah, makes sense.
Work till you hurt.
Work till you hurt. How's your day been, Hugh? I'm really happy with the flowers, though. I think they turned out real great. Almost done with it. But yeah, I think this is a little more 70s than Art Nouveau. I think it's just the colors. Sorry. Day has been fine. Rainy day here, but oh well. What can you do? And so you've been streaming a while. Your neck must hurt. Yeah, my upper back. I'm definitely gonna have to pop it. Yeah. I wonder if I had done more like neutrals, maybe it would have looked more Art Nouveau. I think my lines are right. I think just maybe like the particular greens are to that 70s show. You know? But I thought the green would go well with the painting. But okay. I think this little, just right in here is a little... Let's start. Come on, jump in. Don't fail me now. Oh boy. I'm kind of worried about all these little leaves, but it's not going to take very long because... Well, I guess it will because of the bottom. But the idea is we just do the outside part. We don't do these like inside little bits, but I guess I have to go this way. Goes very well. Which brand of paints do you prefer? So actually with these ones, I got these from Michael's. They're just cheap. I got the tube ones. And I actually used those. For this painting, I tried to just use like the color from the tube instead of mixing it a lot. But I also have enjoyed using these ones. I don't know the name. But they're green and have that lettering on it. And that's like a tray. I just usually get stuff from Michael's. I got some stuff from the fancy art store, but it's really far away. So I got some paper from there. Excuse me, but I'm outlining in just some sparkly gel pen. Looked really cute last time on the image, so I'm gonna try it again. Here goes nothing. Fingers crossed I don't mess it all up. Maybe it'll actually make the leaves stand out more. Don't you get clogged, gel pen. I don't have time for gel pen shenanigans. It has been a long day. I mean, I could have stopped streaming earlier, but I wanted to try and finish this. Yeah, good paper makes the biggest difference with watercolors, that's for sure. Yeah, I got some of these really cool, yeah, I'll show you. I'm not using them today, but I got these blocks, which I hadn't really used before until recently, and I got a hot press and a cold press. And the hot press is so smooth, it actually works really well with the like itty bitty flowers I've been trying to paint. So I'm definitely a fan of the hot press for itty bitty paintings. You have a brand that you like to use? Do you paint? I don't remember. I'm bad with the details. Have you ever tried the Arches watercolor brand? Very pricey. Oh, I did buy some of those, some of the bigger ones. So I could cut them down and stuff, or if I decide to do bigger. I haven't painted on them yet, but I did buy some because I had read they were good. But I was showing Tricky when we went to the art store, like the really big one, watercolor paper. It was like $160, and he's like, "What, for paper?" I know, right? Paint-wise, I have mostly Daniel Smith and a Fruit and Grab. Those sound fancy. Mine are not fancy. But I bet they look fantastic. I didn't want to buy anything too expensive because I'm still like learning how to do stuff. So I figure I can like mess around until I feel really confident in what I'm doing, and then I can spend some money if need be. But I'm doing okay so far with these. Yeah, I am excited to use the fancy paper. Yeah, those sound like arches. If you've never tried them before, you're in for a pleasant surprise. Awesome! I got a cold and a hot press pad. Of just like kind of the like 9x12-ish. They're in the in the arch drawer that I have. Yes, I am excited. I wanted to use up this one when I had this, and I finally used the last page of it. That's what this is, cut up. But I still have the other half of it. And then I do have another watercolor paper pad in there, and I think it's like the bright blue pad. I don't remember what it's called. I'd have to look. But I don't think it was very expensive, so maybe if I decide to do some bigger, like really fancy projects, I'll try to use the fancy paper. I mean, I'm liking these poppies. Maybe I'll try and I'll do my little flower tutorial maybe. And then maybe I can try and apply what I've learned to draw some really fancy poppies. Perfect. And the only thing I can suggest is with the art, just try using one tube of whatever color you choose as a high quality paint. And you'll be even really hooked then. Oh man, I don't have the budget for that. Maybe one day. Maybe if this Twitch thing takes off. Or maybe if I finally get around to opening that business, who knows? Might be a hot minute though. And the outline just really, I really like it. I'm always like, oh no, should I do it? But then I do it and it just really, it's so fun. It really gives it that certain style, you know? I really like it. I hope you guys like it too. I mean, it's not just me that has to look at it. The tubes of Daniel Smith can be had for about $10 each. It's not too unreasonable. Of course, last a while. Yeah, that's true. Tubes of paint do seem to last forever. This is the first time I've had tubes before. I hadn't even known watercolors come in tubes until I started doing this kind of stuff. I was like, oh my god, this will be my entire life. Like, I will never have to buy watercolors ever again. This is so much paint. Oh my goodness. But I really like the color the poppies turned out to be, and that was a mix of the yellow from the tray and then this kind of orangey yellow from the tubes. I thought it went pretty well, actually. I tried not to, like, mix a bunch of colors to make the color I wanted, and I think maybe that worked well. Tried to just use the pure whatever color it was and layer them on the paper. Because I do have a problem with stuff getting really, like, muddy, and I think that actually helped a lot. What's your favorite type of medium to paint in? Are you a watercolor only kind of person? I haven't tried other paint, but maybe I should one of these days. People keep saying I should try the gouache. I've heard good things. I do watercolor and oil, like each of them for different reasons. Watercolor definitely requires more skill. Really? I would think that oil would be really hard. It's so intimidating. You think watercolor's harder? I'm surprised by that. I mean, not that I've tried oil, but as a new painter myself, I always assumed oil painting was harder. Yeah, I have some gouache too. Mostly use the white with watercolor painting if needed. Yeah, that's why I got this, because trying to do like stars on a sky was not happening with just watercolor. I was like, how do people paint with white watercolor? I'm like, I guess you just don't. You use it to like make more muted colors. You don't actually paint with white watercolor. Watercolor is merciless when it comes to mistakes. Oil painting and you just scrape it off with a palette knife and repaint it. Oh. I guess I didn't think about that. You're right, though. I mean, when you're right, you're right. Well, now I don't feel so bad, though. Give me a little confidence boost. Like, oh, okay. Maybe one of these days I'll end up trying oil painting and I'll be like, oh my god, you were right. This is so much easier. There it is. Best, but the cleanup with watercolor is nice, easy peasy. I wish it was that way with oil, but it's not. Yeah, it's like toxic and stuff, right? You have to be careful with it. Oop, I moved the whole thing. Okay, guys, this is what we were trying to accomplish all day. Right here. That's it. That's what we were trying to do. I was trying to make an Art Nouveau painting with a frame of poppies. It turned into a 70s painting because of the frame. I wonder if I can fix that somehow. I think it's like the... Is it really just this grade? Or maybe it's this grade? Maybe there's something I could do to make it less. The 70s! It's so 70s! I mean, I already have everything on it. It's a little late. But it's still cute, right? Here, hydrate the Xeno. Like, do I even want to put it on it? Do I just want to cut them out and be like, look, I painted some awesome, beautiful flowers? Or do I just go full, stick in the side of a microbus van? I know, right? I mean, I like the frame. It's just the colors. It really is. It's so funny. I kind of feel bad about it. Just missing the face symbol. Like, ew, you're making me feel worse about my frame now. I now feel like I should like save this for like a different project. And I should make a new frame for this one. What are you whining about? Did he go to the bathroom without you? The dog is whining. Looks great though, not mocking your work at all. I know. It didn't turn out exactly how I wanted, but I don't hate it. I think I'll use the masking, like the art tape. And I'll tape it down a little bit. And then maybe maybe we'll end up with a different frame. Here, I'll take 2 pictures. I'll take one with and one without. How about that? Okay, come here. Here's my... Take my art pictures here. Okay, so there's one with, and then we'll tape it down. I think it'd look fun with one red ladybug, like in the middle of like this thing, or with the poppies. That's that fun third color. I'm not touching it now. I've already done all my outline and everything. I don't want to mess it up. But that would have been really cute. I didn't think about that. Alright, here, let's put some stuff on it. We can laugh at my 70s poppies. Hey, poppies are 70s themed too, right? What's the thing? Can't be a thing. Oh, come on. Oh, one of the stems, yeah. That would have been fun. See, you just needed to be here like 3 hours ago when I was drawing the poppies. And then it would have been great. And I just added a ladybug. I'll have to keep that in mind next time I draw a poppy. I'm sure it's not the last time. That would be a very cute little addition. Okay. Let's stick that here. Here and one in the other corner. If you had fun painting it, that's what matters. It was a good day. This is the longest stream I've ever done. I've never been on for 6 hours before. I did not anticipate these poppies taking that long. My streams are usually like maybe 3 hours. Definitely took longer than I thought it did. Need to maybe flatten you a little. Sides a little, popping up a little. I'll have to try and flatten that. Okay, second picture with our lovely 70s frame. Kind of want to tape you down though. I don't like the fact that you're trying to pop up. No pop-up poppies today, please. Oh, it's because the whole thing is doing that. Okay, I see. I see. It's not your fault, frame. There. Okay. Second picture. I mean, it is a fun time. Okay, we got pictures. There you go. You can see it better. It's cute, though. I like it. You can't say it's boring, right? You can't say it's boring. And I do like the way the flowers turned out a lot. I think I learned a lot from that today. And it made some progress. How did our music stop finally? It has good timing. It knows we're done. It's been a long day. I'm hungry. I gotta go to the bathroom. I want to say hi to my boyfriend who just got home. I'm losing my light. Alright, let's see. I think we should rate somebody. It's usually what I try and do. Let's see who's on. I haven't looked in a little while. Let's see. I have my art people on. Oh, June's on. I could rate June again. What's June doing? Actually, I haven't rated Mud in a while. What's he doing? Tiny Tina? No, let's rate another art streamer. I'm gonna do it. Oh, I got an ad. I had to wait a moment. But yeah, we'll rate June. She gave us a rate the other day. And she usually is painting cats and stuff, which I really like. Oh, hi, Reth. Thanks for the lovely stream. You're welcome. Thanks for streaming. All the best to you and yours. Have a great weekend. Great week ahead. You too, Hugh. Thanks for popping in and saying hey. Raid. Oops. We're gonna raid June. She's a sweet lady. Oh, she's on a Be Right Back currently. Oh, she's painting. Looks like Darth Maul. Oh, that's cool. She looks like, I think she does oil paintings. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and raid. Thank you everyone who stopped by. I really appreciate you. Thank you, General, for the new follow. And everyone have a great rest of your evening. Bye.